I want to start it off with just a quick thank you. Active Countermeasures is one of a number of sister companies that all kind of work together. I mentioned earlier that like Black Hills does pen testing, and they try to, you can hire them to try and compromise your network, and we get to try and detect them when they do, and it just makes everybody better at their jobs, which has been really awesome. There's 3 different links for the class VM. You only need one of them. They all have the same information on them. They're just 3 different formats. Hopefully, you've already downloaded that VM. If you haven't, I would get started now because it is rather large. It's in like the 20 gig range, I think, if I remember correctly. It might be only 12 gig. I forget off the top of my head, but it is fairly large. So it'll take a little bit to download. Best to start that now. How to log into these systems. So I mentioned you can do everything just inside the VM, right? If I've got the VM running, and let me find the screen with the VM running, you saw that I was able to just launch the Chrome browser and connect into AC Hunter that way. Anything I need to do with the command line, I can use terminal for that. So you can do all of this inside of the VM, but it can be so much easier to be able to work with your local host tools, like an SSH client, like your web browser. So if you want to get that set up, this is a description on how to do it for VMware as well as VirtualBox. I mentioned that this IP address sometimes changes. I've seen .128, .129. If you take a look at what network interfaces have been assigned to you, or what IP addresses have been assigned to your VM, look for one that's inside of this 192.168.149 range. That'll be the IP address that you connect to from the local host. VirtualBox, you need to set up port forwarding. I mentioned that already. So yeah, there's the link. That'll walk you through the whole process. Logging in, here's all your passwords. So if you're logging in via SSH, or if you're logging into the console on the VM, login name is threat, password is hunting. When you're logging into AC Hunter, the login name is threat@activecountermeasures.com, password is hunting2. And yeah, for questions, please don't put them in Zoom. Please put them in Discord, just because that way I only have to watch one spot for questions that come in. Someone's saying they can't see my screen. Is it just them? I don't know. Is it just them?
I think so. I can see it fine.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes Zoom gets a little funky. Oh, and I need you to help me fix an oops. So this only applies to folks running the OVA or VirtualBox. If you're on VMware, you're okay, because I started on that one and actually remembered to do this. But if you're running VirtualBox or the generic OVA, here's what I need you to do. Log into the AC Hunter interface, and this can be within the virtual machine. It can be remotely like you see me doing here. And then I need you to go to the little gear icon and then go to where it says Safe List. And if you see this, where there's like a little number here, please click Delete All. Anybody running VMware, that should be at 0. There should be no safe list that you have to delete. But when I went through and was testing out the OVA and the virtual machine, somehow that check item fell off of my checklist, and I neglected to go through and clear that. So if you just click Delete All, and then remove. I know it's scary. Anytime we do a delete all on anything, it's always like, whoa, do I really want to do this? Yeah, it's okay. We're actually going to recreate these. And it should now look like this. Notice the button's grayed out. I can't click it. And then just click confirm. And you're going to be all set to start doing the labs. So like I said, people on VirtualBox and using the raw OVA, if you could do that for me, it would be greatly appreciated. That way the everything will kind of sync up for you. Some cool stuff to check out. Oh yeah, let me put my camera back on for this one. So the threat hunting issue of prompt just came out. Yay, this is really cool. And there's a lot of good stuff in here. There's things like, all the common T-Shark stuff that you might ever want to use. One side is basic. The other side of this is all the advanced stuff. So you can like pull this out and turn it into a poster on the wall. Some of my personal favorites are things like, there's a comic in here that Shelby wrote and Naomi drew. That's really cool. That's all about Lisa, who's one of the other members of the team. So that one I just thought was really cool. There's some really good stuff in here. There's some really good puzzles. You get a set of colored goggles that come with it. Yay. You'll need those to actually figure out some of the puzzles that are in the comic strip. And for those who have kids, there's a drawing contest. Aw. I really want to like fill this out and do it myself, only because where it says, what's your age? I want to be able to write in, yeah, I'm 60. I'm 60 and I'm still doing comics. The other thing that I thought was kind of cool that was in there is I have a consulting card now as part of Backdoors and Breaches. Yay. So there's all that. And one of the other cool things that's in there is there is a link. Let me find it. To a capture the flag challenge that we've done. Oh, I should have bookmarked this. Where is it? I know it's on a left-hand page. There it is. So there's a CTF challenge in here. So if you scan that QR code, that'll bring you to a link that will talk you through all of the rules around the challenge. Basically, it's 25 threat hunting related questions that Bill and I came up with. We started trying to be simple, and then we very quickly got into, hey, I wonder if we can stump each other. So some of them actually end up being a little bit tough, but we're going to do, because it's coming out on a magazine and people are going to receive it at different times, we got a couple of scales of presents of prizes we're doing. So what we're going to do is on the first of every month. So the first one will be on May 1st, and we'll do another one on June 1st and July 1st. And I think August 1st might be the last one we do. What we'll do is we'll look at who played over the previous month, how were the scores, and then we'll pick the top 3 scores and we'll go through and we'll send them out a prize. But for whoever finishes the CTF first and gets all the questions right with no mistakes and not taking any hints, you're going to get a threat hunting coin. And that's kind of glary because of the light that I have behind the monitors, but you get the idea. We have a threat hunting coin. So these are kind of cool to be able to show off when you're at conferences and stuff like that, because you can't buy them. You have to earn them. And the first thing you're going to be able to do to earn a threat hunting coin is, like I said, be the first one to get every question right in the CTF. So that's something you may want to go in and kind of check out. Hopefully this is something you have an awful lot of fun with. Also, excuse me, besides Charm, there's going to be a bunch of us that are teaching at that event. I'm going to be teaching the advanced threat hunting class, which is the next step after this class, if you will. It is a paid for class. It's not free like this one, but you can, sign up for that. You can attend live, which this is besides Charm is just outside of Baltimore, or you can attend online. And I took a look last night and it looks like most of my students are online, which is perfectly fine. I've done a complete refresh of this class. So we tend to have repeat offenders, which I absolutely love. We have folks that have taken this class and then they come back and they take it again to kind of reinforce what they've learned. It's also great if you're just kind of getting started and you feel like, hey, I only retained about half of that. Great, come back again. Because now you've already got that half, that part that you that sunk in for you was your foundation, and you'll be able to go through and learn a little bit more. But I've changed the class for this year to include AC Hunter. In the past, we did a lot of labs with Rita. I've now changed the labs to be using AC Hunter instead, the community edition. Some quick logistics. About at the top of every hour, we're going to do a 10-minute break, just to give people a chance to go off and get their version of zombie brain juice, bio run, feed the cats, feed the kids, whatever it is you need to do. And then at the halfway point, so 2 hours and 50 minutes from now, we'll go through and we'll do a 20-minute break. Now, some of what I'm going to be working with some of the things we're going to be doing is commands on the command line. And not everybody's comfortable with that. Some of us have grown up with GUIs and we're used to using a graphical interface. So we get on the command line and it gets a little weird for us. Couple of tricks and tips for you. Number one is anytime you see this little bar character here, which has a proper name, and I always forget what it is, that breaks up multiple commands. So the concept is I might run this command, and then this pipes the output of that rather than sending it to the screen through another command after that. Then I'm piping it through maybe possibly a third command. Sometimes I'll be piping it through even more than that. If you're having trouble following what's going on, break it down. So just run the first part of this command. Look at what the output is. See if you can't kind of figure out what's going on. Then hit up arrow on the keyboard and add in the second part of the command. How does that change that output? Does it make it a little bit easier to process? What is it we were trying to accomplish with that command? Then you can pipe it, then you can add in the third command and say, okay, now what does it look like? So that'll help you understand what each portion of this command is doing. The other thing you can do is you can go to this website here, Explain Shell, and just take the command we were going to type, paste it in, and they have a very verbose description of every tool, what it does. That may help you kind of figure out what's going on as well. So if you're new to the command line and you're having trouble following some of this stuff, here's some tips you can use to kind of come up to speed really quickly. But with all that said, let's get into the actual content of the class. So I first like to kind of start off with just a sanity check. And my sanity check is, are we getting better at finding the bad guys? Because that's kind of our job, right? You know, and especially when you get into threat hunters, their job is find the bad guys that were actually able to make it in past all the layers of protection. Have we gotten better at that? And the answer is, it depends on who you talk to, and it depends on what data you want to use. A lot of these reports that I see like to say that, hey, we've gotten better. It used to take us 6 months to catch the bad guys, and that detection time is now less than 30 days. Yay for us, we're getting better at a job. And it sounds really good. Here's the problem. It all comes down to what data you want to use. One of the data points they've started including is ransomware. How does ransomware work? Well, ransomware gets into your network, infects a couple of systems, and then announces itself, right? It'll pop up on everybody's screen and say, hey, you've been owned, send, 5 Bitcoins to this wallet if you ever want to get your data back again. And it may take them a week to be able to compromise all the systems before it'll pop up on the screen and give you that. Well, what a lot of these third parties do is they look at that as a detect. In other words, they say, oh, you detected that attack in 5 days. Well, technically that's sort of right, but it's not right, right? The attacker revealed themselves. We didn't detect them. As an analogy, imagine someone breaks into your house and steals your widescreen TV. And then they come back the next morning and say, hey, I'm the one who stole your TV. Would you go tell your friends, wow, the cops in my town are awesome. They're solving breaking and enterings in less than 12 hours. No, of course you wouldn't say that, right? The cops had nothing to do with it. There could be 1,000 cops in your town, there could be 0, and you still would have found out the next morning it had nothing to do with it. Well, this is the same thing. Ransomware revealing itself, you need to look at that differently because that's the attacker giving up the goods. That's not you actually doing what would be referred to as a real detect. Pull ransomware out of it, and we're just as bad as we've ever been. We're still looking at about a 6-month period of time. And the real tell for me is, when you're not sure of a data point, sometimes there's reinforcing data points you can go in and take a look at that may help. And one of the reinforcement data points I like to look at here is, what is the cost of recovery? In other words, it typically costs X amount to recover from an attack, depending upon the size of the organization and what vertical business model they're in. Has that gotten better? Because you would expect if it used to take us 6 months, and now it's only taking us 1 month, that cost should be cheaper, right? No. When you look at those numbers, they're no different than they've ever been. So are we getting better at this? Well, if you skew the results by throwing in ransomware, it kind of looks like we are. But if you pull ransomware out, that number says, no, we haven't gotten any better. When you look at what it costs to try and deal with the incident, that number says, oh, we're not getting any better. So to me, no, we're not really getting any better at this yet. This is where threat hunting comes in. Threat hunting is designed to solve this specific problem. So what threat hunting is for, this doesn't replace something else. We always love it when we can replace something, right? Because now we can just move a line item in a budget to something different. Threat hunting is something we probably should have always been doing, but didn't have the technology to be able to accomplish effectively. So what threat hunting does is it ties together our two different pools that all of our tools fall into. We have one pool that is our protection pool, right? This is what we do to keep the bad people out. And you don't need me to read all those things on the slide. You can read them yourself, but you can see each one of those are designed to kind of thwart an attacker from being able to gain access to your network. Our other vertical is our response tools. This is what we do when we figure out the bad guys got in. The missing link has been, how do we tie these together? How do we figure out our protections have failed and we need to go into response mode? That's the problem the threat hunting is designed to solve. It's designed to reduce the dwell time. The dwell time meaning how much time takes place between when they get access to your network and when you detect them. How do we reduce that as much as possible? Because from what I'm seeing, it's usually 6 months or more, and it's usually a third party that detects as far as. In other words, the site, overwhelming majority of the time, the site that got compromised never figures it out themselves. It's a third party that figures that out for them. So we get all these systems to try and protect. And one of the challenges we run into today is we've got tons of different device types. We've got Windows systems, we've got Mac, we have Linux, we have industrial Internet of Thing devices. You know, we've got IP-based cameras that are hanging off of the wire now. You know, I've been at sites where they have, you know, a weather station running. So, you know, people can check in and see what the weather conditions are at the corporate office if they want to. We've got all this stuff running on the network, and not all of us lets us run a security agent on it, right? We tend to rely on endpoint agents to do our security because that's kind of what we learned to do working with our home systems. But you can't put an endpoint agent on a thermocoupler. You can't put an endpoint agent on an IP-based camera. How do we protect everything? Well, the one thing they all have in common is they're connecting to the network. So if we can implement, or if we can start the implementation of our threat hunting process on the network itself, that allows us to incorporate all of these devices at the same time. When a Linux, so we talked about this, all these different platforms, but the one common thread they have is that when an attacker compromises your Windows desktop and they want to have remote control of it, they need to set up what's referred to as a command and control channel, also referred to as a C2 channel for short. C2 just stands for command and control. So anytime you see C2, that just means command and control. And how does the command and control work? I'll explain that to you a little bit later. Just let that one, go by the wayside for now. But they need to set up a C2 channel. If they whack a Mac or a Linux box or your IP-based camera, they need to set up a C2 channel in order to be able to remotely control that. Well, there's a common thread that we can go in and look for to identify if that system's been compromised or not. In other words, if we can develop the technology to identify a command and control channel versus normal network traffic patterns, we can now apply that to anything that we have on our environment. So if we're a utility company, let's say we're an electric grid and we have a lot of industry specific hardware that's connected to the network that we need to deal with that won't let us run agents on them. What can we do? This is something you can always pull out of your tool bag. This will work with anything if we can get it working correctly. So what does threat hunting look like? So just missed a bit of his soothing voice. That's awesome. Thank you. So what does the threat hunting process look like? I'm going to go in and fill in the gaps here, right? I'm going to start at like a 50, 100,000 foot view here. I'm going to talk generals to get started. But what I'd like to do is the first thing I go looking for is connection persistency, right? Think about that compromised system. The compromised system doesn't know when the attacker may want to send it commands. So it needs to call out to a command and control server on a regular basis, typically all day long, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. and there'll be some sort of dwell time with that. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. But, you know, just imagine this compromised system is going to regularly check in with some host out on the internet to see, hey, is there any commands that you need me, the malware, to run on this compromised system? That's referred to as connection persistency. In other words, it's a persistent connection. It's constantly checking with some entity out on the internet. So the first thing we want to do with our threat hunting process is try to identify the instances of connection persistency versus the human interaction or the randomness that might be taking place. You know, in other words, someone uses Google a couple of times a day. Well, that's not really persistent, right? They're not checking Google once per minute, exactly once per minute all day long. No, no, no. It's a human involved, and the human is going to randomly need to look up different pieces of information. So there'll be some randomization to it. Whereas that system checking in, the attacker needs to know, have a good idea of what interval is that check-in process so they know when their commands will get run. It will be more programmatic. It will be more predictable in how often it's calling home. So step one, identify that connection persistency. Step two, just because something is persistent doesn't immediately mean it's evil. And I'll give you a great example. Every system on the internet, or just about every system on the internet, uses network time protocol or some variation of that. You know, Windows uses simple network time protocol, which is basically the same thing. It just checks in less often. But with network time protocol, that works by having your time software check in with a time reference server on a regular basis. Might be every 15 minutes, might be every 20 minutes, but it's going to be every 15 minutes all day long. It's checking in to see what time it is. Well, there's a business need for that, right? If my system clock goes off, I might not be able to properly authenticate within the environment. I might not be able to talk to certain websites. I might not be able to download patches onto my system. So keeping my system time up to date is critical. So using NTP, there's a business need for that. So step two is, for all those spots where I identify connection persistency, can I identify a business need associated with that? It's checking for patches. It's checking what time it is, whatever the case may be. If I can't do that, my next step is to investigate the protocol being used. Because typically when attackers are setting up a C2 channel, they don't break the communication rules, but they like to bend them a little bit. You know, one great example is you may have a Windows 10 system that goes out and talks to websites on the internet. And when it's using HTTP, it's always identifying itself as a Windows 10 system. But there'll be one IP address it talks to. And anytime it talks to that one IP address, it identifies itself as Windows XP. Wait a minute. Are you Windows 10 or are you Windows XP? Now, it could be somebody running a VM, you know, a Windows XP VM on a Windows 10 system. That's possible, but that's an edge case, right? Most of us don't do that. So the fact that it's, you know, it hasn't broken the protocol, but it's bent it, right? Why would it use that user agent? Well, that's how it identifies itself to that system, that it's a compromised box. So it's not breaking it, but it's bending the rules. So this is where it kind of gets into, it really helps to know how to decode things. And it really helps to understand how to go through and you know, read network traces and that type of thing. So once we get into abnormal protocol behavior, it kind of behooves you to be able to understand how these protocols work. If I go through that and it's looking suspicious, my next step might be to interact with the internal system that looks like it might be compromised to get a better read on what's going on, right? So in other words, I might find out, oh, hey, all those connections going to that random IP address out on the internet, PowerShell is making those connections. And this is running on, you know, Mary's system, and Mary works in HR. Well, Mary in HR has no reason to be running PowerShell, right? IT may use it, security might use it. It might show up in an initial login script. Sometimes we use that for doing some local configurations and stuff like that. But for the most part, Mary isn't going to say, hey, I have this HR problem to solve. I think I'll use PowerShell for that. No, that's not going to happen. So investigating the internal IP may help us kind of figure out what's going on as well. Once we go through and do that, right? Once we've gone through our steps, For every system connected to our network, we need to come up with one of two different dispositions. We either need to say, this is okay, in which case maybe we add it to a safe list. For example, all of our systems are going out to check the same network time protocol server to see what time it is. Okay, I may want to safe list that and say, hey, anytime you see somebody talking UDP 123 to this time server, ignore that. It's okay. Don't worry about it. And now those don't show up in our threat hunts anymore going forward. Or we may look at it and say, yeah, no, something's bad here. Something's really bad here. We need to go into incident response mode. We need to hit that big red button and figure out how extensive is this compromise. So start on the network. So here's an example of that, right? So I've got an internal system, 192, 168, blah, blah, blah. So this is one of my internal boxes. It's talking to a host out on the internet. This is actually at AC Hunter, which we'll be working with a little bit later today. This graph on the bottom, this is always the first place I go anytime I'm analyzing a beacon. I'll talk more about beacons in a bit, but for now, a beacon is just a system is connecting to a host out on the internet, exchanging a small amount of information, closing that connection, waiting some period of time, and then reconnecting back up again. Now notice this graph on the bottom. This is 24 hours. Each bar represents an hour. On my x-axis. My y-axis is quantity. So my y-axis is describing how many times did this IP address create a TCP 80 session using an HTTP header to this IP address every hour. And you can see here it's 120 times. And that's pretty consistent all day long. Well, that means it's going off about once every 30 seconds, right? Well, is it going off exactly once per every 30 seconds? Or is it shifting the time interval a little bit? That's what this graph is describing for me. So this graph, my x-axis is the amount of time that went by between connection attempts. My x-axis is how much time went by between connection attempts. My y-axis is how many times was that specific time interval seen. So notice we said it was every 30 seconds, but it's really not. It was, 800 times it was exactly 30 seconds, but 1,000 times it was 28 seconds. And then 1,000 times it was, 29 seconds. And, 950 times it was 28 seconds. See this curve? This is what's referred to as a bell curve. This is a signature of a tool that both red teamers and nation states use extensively called Cobalt Strike. Cobalt Strike allows you to what's referred to as jitter your connection. Why do they jitter? I'll explain that more when we get into doing beacons, but they're changing the time interval a little bit so it's not exactly the same time interval every single time. That's indicative of Cobalt Strike. So if we look at this, right? So our system connected to this host 9,000 plus times over the previous 24 hours. It's happening, twice a minute, all day long, about once every 30 seconds, let's call it 29 seconds based on this graph here, all day long. It's an HTTP connection. See this section here, queried FQDN, historic FQDN. What does that mean? Queried FQDN means this user queried this fully qualified domain name right before this connection took place. Historic means this was queried and then cached by the local DNS. But what it describes is this is what the user was trying to get to when they ended up going to that IP address. Well, notice we don't have any data for that. That tells me someone did a direct IP connection to this. Is Marion accounting connecting to sites on the internet using their IP address? Probably not, right? So that one is another one that makes this a little bit more suspicious to me. So just with what we see here, I'm suspicious. I'm seeing something that looks like maybe, there's a process on this system running Cobalt Strike. There's a persistent connection taking place to DigitalOcean, to, a direct IP address. I'm real suspicious. Well, we don't get into it in this class. I cover this more in the advanced class, but I at least want to show you this capability is there. We have an open source project we run called Beaker. Beaker leverages Microsoft's Sysmon utility to identify what are your applications doing on the network. When you start getting into what should I be logging on my endpoints, it's real easy to like have that turn into a slippery slope, right? You know, folks will tell you, oh, you need to collect everything. You need to know about registry changes and permission changes. And you need this, you need that. Yeah, if the box gets whacked, you need that. But to figure out is the box whacked, you don't need all that. In fact, it behooves you not to collect that much, because when you collect that much data from every single endpoint, you're weighing every endpoint down. So you might as well now just bought a cheaper hardware because you're sucking up the CPU. You're using up network bandwidth. You're filling up your database with a lot of useless information that will never provide you with anything useful, which means your queries are running slower. Your disk space requirements are going to increase. There's a lot of reasons to not say I need to collect everything. The one thing I think you should always collect, what are the applications doing on the network? Just think about it. If I whack that box over the network, that's going to be with an application talking on the network. If I compromise that box and I call out to a command and control server, guess what? It's an application talking on the network. If that compromised box tries to move laterally, guess what? It's an application talking on the network. So if we just keep track of the apps talking on the network, that's going to be a huge value add to what we're doing here. So what Beaker does is Beaker just collects that information and that information only. What are apps doing on the network? So if you have Beaker running along with AC Hunter, whether it's the Enterprise Edition or the Community Edition, you'll get this little Beaker icon here. And when I click on that, that will then describe to me and tell me, hey, on this internal system, when it was talking to that IP address, this is the application that was responsible for that. So in this case here, right, it automatically fills in this query for me. It automatically fills in that source IP talking to that destination IP address over the date time range that we were currently analyzing. It'll automatically fill all that stuff in to show me, oh, that was runtime broker that was making that connection, and it was being run under the user context of James Kirk. Well, what is runtime broker? Runtime broker is a Microsoft tool that works with apps you download from the Microsoft store to make sure that apps aren't trying to use more permissions than you granted to them. In other words, if you said, don't read my address book, and now that app is trying to read your address book, Runtime Broker is there to make sure, no, that doesn't happen. Well, wait a minute. Runtime Broker is calling out to DigitalOcean. Do you think Microsoft is going to, it said, this Azure cloud, we're not too sure about that. We're going to put our resources in DigitalOcean instead. As much as I like DigitalOcean, I don't think Microsoft is ever going to do that. So Runtime Broker calling out to DigitalOcean, that to me is a warning, Will Robinson. We have a problem, right? This is not the Runtime Broker we think it is. It's some other version that somebody's dumped on that box. It's time to hit that big red button and go in instant response mode. Now, let's pull back and think about this, right? Think about how would we try to handle this problem historically? Well, historically, we'd have a SIM, would collect up a ton of information, more than any human can ever go through and review, and would write signatures to try and match on the stuff that we thought was interesting. Would we match on Runtime Broker? Probably not, because that's a tool that is good, right? It's a good tool. We might write one to match on PowerShell, but we're not going to match on Runtime Broker, because that's a tool that normally does good. Well, here, though, we have context, right? Here we see this version of Runtime Broker is connecting into DigitalOcean. It shouldn't be doing that. So with that proper context in place, now we know this is not the Runtime Broker we think it is. This is what I'm talking about, with threat hunting. This is what I'm talking about, that this is not the technology we were doing 10 years ago, writing signatures and hoping for the best. This is the active process of identifying, hey, I've got connection persistence, and this looks really suspicious to me. Holy crap, we're going to have a bad day. This box is probably whacked. Now I need to make sure, is it just this box? Or are there other computers on my network also running a Runtime Broker that's connecting out to this IP address in DigitalOcean? That's the next thing I'm going to want to go figure out as part of this. Don't cross the passive active line. So to me, threat hunting is a passive activity. What I mean by that is I will not do anything that the attacker will be able to key in and figure out I'm onto them, right? I'm not going to log into the box and start running commands at the command line to see if I can't see what they're doing, because they may see me doing that and know I'm onto them. Now, there are places where I bend the rules. I'll give you an example. Let's say I see a connection going out to example.com, and I don't know who example.com is. I might spin up a desktop instance within Amazon and then point my web browser at www.example.com and hit its website. And now I'll see who is this example.com. And now I can figure out, is there a legitimate business need for us connecting to that environment or not? Well, wait, Chris, you're connecting their environment. They might detect that. Yeah, they might. And they're going to see it coming from an IP address in Amazon that has nothing to do with my address space. And well, but Chris, someone connected to their website, that might make them suspicious. Oh, you clearly have never run a website on the internet before. Because if you had, you would know random IP addresses connect to your website every minute, all day long, all the time. There's so much noise of random people doing sweeps and you name it, that, you know, they're not going to notice one connection coming out of, you know, out of Amazon's environment. Not going to happen. So that's one of the few times I will kind of bend this passive active line, but I'll make sure I do it in a way that it doesn't immediately trace back to the environment that I'm working for. But why do I say this? Why do I say it needs to be a passive function? Because the threat hunting team can very easily screw up and make things go sideways. And you want a full incident response before you start doing anything active. I'll give you a perfect example. So let's say we do this and we figure out, oh crap, the system's compromised. And our first thought is, let's isolate that system. That makes sense, right? What could possibly go wrong there? Isolate that system. If an attacker's on the box, we need to isolate it. We need to get it offline. Sounds okay, right? Sounds okay unless you've done this like me before, because you know what's going to happen next. The attacker is going to notice this box just went offline. And if they own other systems on your network, they'll now come in through one of those systems and see that box has been isolated. Now they know you're onto them. I've seen this on a couple of different hunts. And what the attacker typically does next is they start going scorched earth, meaning they're going to make your life as miserable as they possibly can because you screwed them up by detecting their attack. Believe it or not, that is exactly the way they think about this whole thing. So what should you do? What you should do is say, Houston, we got a problem. We need to identify scope. Are there any other compromised systems? So typically what I'll do is I'll go back to the logs and say, is anybody else on the internal environment talking to that IP address? And usually what you're going to find is like a dozen other systems that are, except their call home interval will be much lower, right? This system might be calling home once per minute, but the other systems only call home once every 6 hours. It's much slower and much harder to detect. But if you go in and look to see who's talking to this IP, that's when you'll see it. Well, now my scope went from being one system to being like 13 or 14 systems, right? I need to make sure I get a handle on all that. So it's really easy to do something that you think is good that has huge negative repercussions to it. That's why you want an incident response. Because when we're in threat hunting mode, this is the threat hunting team doing this. It's usually going to be a small number of individuals. When you go into incident response mode, you get access to everything, including a lot of time outside third parties who've done this a whole lot more often than you have. And they may be savvy enough to be able to tell you, whoa, before we touch anything, here are the steps that we need to put in place to make sure everything goes okay. So that's why I say don't cross that passive active line. Don't do anything the attacker didn't detect until you're in actual incident response mode, just to make sure you don't accidentally make mistakes like that. So how do we detect this persistency on the network? Well, we obviously need to look at the network traffic, right? We've got a couple of different possibilities. The common one a lot of folks fall back on is PCAPs. And I'll admit, I was in that category for many years. You know, PCAPs were the bomb. That's what I always used. The problem with PCAPs is they take up an awful lot of storage. Think about how much data you're pushing in and out of your internet link every day. If I need to write that to disk someplace, I'm only going to be able to store a very limited number of PCAPs, right? I'm only be able to store like a week and that's it. Well, Zeke is now my new best friend. Zeke is my new best friend because like a PCAP, it records every session it sees, but it does it in a stripped down format that's easier to compress, that takes up a whole lot less storage. It doesn't give you everything, right? Like with a PCAP, I can identify what was the IP ID, what was the TTL in the packet, stuff I may or may not necessarily care about. Zeke won't bother recording that stuff. But what was in the application layer? Is it identifying itself now as a Windows XP system instead of Windows 10? Zeke will record that type of stuff, the stuff we truly care about. And it'll do it so efficiently. Instead of being able to save just 7 days worth of data, we'll probably be able to save like half a year. So you could store a week of PCAPs or 6 months of Zeke. Which one makes the most sense? Well, obviously the 6 months, right? That gives us a lot more history to be able to go and work with. We also want to process this data in fairly, big difference. Yep, absolutely. You also want to process this data in fairly large chunks. You may remember Sunburst from a couple of years ago. So Sunburst went off, it set up a command and control channel that would beacon out every 15 minutes plus or minus 90 seconds. So the dwell time might be as short as 13.5 minutes. It might be as long as 16.5 minutes. It was always pick a time interval inside of that window. Well, think about it. So most threat hunting tools that I've looked at work with 20 minutes worth of data or less. All right, if I've got 20 minutes worth of data or less, and I got to worry about nation state attacks like Sunburst, how many connections am I going to see that I need to figure out if they're persistent or not? Well, probably one, right? Maybe two. 1 or 2 connections isn't enough to figure out persistency. That could be somebody doing a Google search, right? Now, what if I can collect 24 hours worth of data? Well, now we're in better shape, right? If I'm collecting, if it's beaconing about every 15 minutes, well, that's 4 times an hour. Over the course of the day, that's going to be almost 100 connections. 100 connections evenly spread out over the day. Yeah, I can figure out this persistency in that, no problem. So it really matters how you go through and kind of collect this up. Chris, do you have any template or article guidance on how you would run an incident response and what information you'd want captured, either generally defined? Do I have one? No. I know there's a really good incident response class that Ethan and a few others pulled together that's being sold through Antisyphon, and they have some really good resources out of that as well. That may be a good one. NIST has some really good information as well, and I can't remember the document number. If anybody does, please throw it into Discord. But NIST has kind of set the standard on this is what your incident response should look like. That would probably be the first place I would go. And then if I wanted to kind of get some hands-on time before things blow up, that's when I may go check out that Antisyphon class. Or you may want to work through backdoors and breaches. That's what backdoors and breaches was designed for, was to create random incidences for your environment that you can now vet your process against to see how good would you actually do at figuring out this is something you need to be concerned about. Reaper Man saying, yeah, CISA has some decent documents as well. That's awesome. So yeah, there's definitely a couple of good resources out there. So where do we want to watch this traffic? Typically where I want to watch the traffic is the internal interface of the firewall. So typically the way I'm going to set things up is I'm going to have a packet capturing system, right? In this case, I'm running Zeke. It's going to have 2 network interfaces on. One network interface is just going to be a regular network interface. It's going to have an IP address assigned. This is how I could SSH into that box or whatever it is I need to do. That second interface, however, is going to plug into another port that's tied to the internal interface of the firewall as a span port, mirror port, copy port, whatever your vendor wants to go through and call it. But the concept behind a span port is you go in and you say, hey, port, what is that? Port 7, all data that goes in and out of port 7, send it over here to port 21 or whatever port, the second interface is plugged into. And that becomes your span port. So now all the traffic going in and out of the firewall's internal interface also gets sent here. The reason I like to use the internal interface is you're seeing the private address of all your internal systems. So now if I see, hey, something's beaconing out, I know what's beaconing out. You know, if I measure out here, I can still check for connection persistency, but I'm going to see a NATed address. And now I'm going to have to go back to the firewall to figure out which internal system was using that IP port combination at that time. And depending upon what firewall I'm using, that may be a hassle to figure out. It might be easy, but it might also be a hassle. It's easier to just ignore the problem entirely and just watch the internal interface instead. Does targeting C2 have blind spots? Of course it does. Nothing's perfect. It is possible for someone to create malware that doesn't bother using a command and control server. The challenge is there's no way to control it once you let it loose. NotPetya was one of the first instances we ever saw of that. And if you're not familiar with NotPetya, that was the Russians going after Ukraine, as they always do. And what they did was they compromised a server that allowed you to process tax information within Ukraine. So I think what the Russians thought was, hey, if we compromise that box, everybody doing business in Ukraine is now going to get infected. That'll allow us to infect a bunch of businesses in Ukraine. The problem was they didn't think it through. Some of these companies not only do business in Ukraine, they do business in other countries too, like Russia. And Russia actually had a couple of their companies get infected by this thing that they created accidentally. Oops, I hate it when that happened. Because this thing would go off, it would encrypt the drive. It would pop up on the screen and say, hey, I'm ransomware, pay Bitcoin to this wallet if you want your data back. And if you did, you wouldn't get your data back. There was no way to decrypt that information. They basically, just went in and kind of blew the system up. So it was designed to be the cyber equivalent of like a nuclear bomb. It was completely indiscriminatory when it went off. It shut down global shipping. You may not remember, like within the United States, where it was New Jersey and it was LA, miles of 18-wheelers backed up because they couldn't load and unload ships because the shipping company, the software they have that told them how to unload and unload the ships, because they got to do it in a particular order to make sure the ship doesn't roll over and sink. That company got infected and they couldn't do anything with the boxes. So that completely disrupted global shipping. So these can happen. We have seen it in the past, but it is very much an edge case. It's very much the exception, not the rule. So start by checking consistency. So what does that mean? Well, that means that system's in constant communication with some host out on the internet. That can take on two forms, long connections or beacons. These are our two methods for being able to go through and create a persistent connection. What's the difference? Well, a long connection is just simply connect up to the command and control server and hold that connection open all the time. That's it, done. So now I need to be able to go in and I need a way to be able to identify how long has all of my connections been running for, right? So if a connection goes off and only lasts like 4 seconds, yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. But a connection goes off and it stays running for days, weeks, months at a time, there better be a business need associated with that. Because if they're not, that's something I need to worry about. I also want to look at this from a cumulative time perspective. So again, this is AC Hunter. If I click the long connections module down at the bottom, I'll get output kind of similar to this. There's two different views I can go through. The first one is cumulative. The second one is individual. So with the individual, that's just looking at what is the longest single connection that took place between these two endpoints. And, like I said, that might go on for days type of thing. View one, the default view, is cumulative time. And the reason we default to that is that there are some C2 toolkits out there. Metasploit is one that comes to the top of my head that do long connections, but they try to make it hard for you to detect it's a long connection. What Metasploit does is it creates the connection back to the command and control server, holds it open for 15 minutes, kills it, and then immediately reestablishes it again. So it's running 24 hours a day, but no individual session ever runs more than 15 minutes. So if I'm checking for like connections that run 5 hours or longer, I wouldn't see it because each connection only lasts 15 minutes. If I'm thinking, well, maybe I can detect that as a beacon, a lot of tools look for hundreds, if not thousands of connections a day to figure out if something's actually a beacon. Well, this is going off every 15 minutes all day long. That means there's less than 100 connections taking place in the course of a day, which means that if I'm looking for hundreds or thousands, this is below 100, I'd never see it. The reason we do cumulative time is if I take all of those 15-minute blocks and add them all up, that's still 24 hours in a 24-hour period of time. So that's our default view. So anytime I see that connection's been running all day long, that's something I want to go in and pay attention to. Now you'll notice there's a state column here and everything is listed as closed. The other possibility is it could be listed as being open. Zeke has a problem. Zeke actually has a couple of problems, but we've been able to work around them with AC Hunter. One of its first problems is Zeke doesn't write a log entry until the connection closes. And this is hugely problematic if you're trying to track long connections. So imagine I compromise your system. I call out to my command and control server. I leave that connection running for 3 months while I run around your environment and steal intellectual property or, do whatever it is I wanted to do, which was my reason for getting into your environment in the first place. And now I'm done and I'm cleaning up and I'm leaving. And you watch your Zeke logs religiously. You check them every day. For 3 months, you would see nothing. You would see nothing about me being in your environment. As soon as I clean up and leave, now Zeke would generate a log entry for you that says, hey, Chris's IP address out on the internet, your internal system was talking to it for the last 90 days. And you're like, whoa, wait, where'd this come from? I check my logs every day. Why didn't I see day 89 or 88 or 87 or something that would have made me respond to this much, much faster? And again, it's because Zeke doesn't write a log entry out until the connection actually finishes. So here's how we get around that with AC Hunter. One of the things you can do is you can dump a copy of Zeke's state table. So Zeke's state table is just, here's all the connections Zeke's currently maintaining an eye on. And what we'll do is every hour, we take Zeke's logs that it wrote over the previous hour and we shift it over to the AC Hunter system. So what AC Hunter is effectively doing is each hour it pulls in an hour's worth of data and it takes that hour plus the previous 23, hunts that, and then generates scores and tells you what you need to pay attention to. And then an hour later, it will do it again. It'll pull down a new hour's worth of data. It'll take the previous 23, combine those together, hunt that. So every hour, you're getting a threat hunt that incorporates the previous 24 hours worth of information, if that makes sense for folks. What we do is when we collect those logs each hour, we also make a snapshot of the state table. We then compare the state table to what was written in the logs. Anything not written to the logs yet, we print on this screen and we will label it as being an open connection. And the nice thing about that is when the connection's been open for 25 hours, you'll see it. When it's been open for 26 hours, you will still see it. 27 hours, guess what? You will still see it. So you're not surprised after 90 days, you will see that time continuing to increase the longer that connection stays open. That's something that's kind of unique to this tool too, which is kind of cool. So those are long connections. The other possibility is beacons. So a beacon is, like I said, that's just repetitive calling out to a command and control server and saying, hey, do you have anything for me to do? And if not, it goes back to sleep. It dwells a certain amount of time, and then it'll connect back in and say, hey, do you have anything for me to do? The command and control server acts as almost like a proxy between the compromised system and then the actual attacker themselves. So for example, let's say I'm this attacker and I want to list I want to run the task list command on the system that I compromised. I want to see what processes are running in memory. I can't talk to it directly. There's a firewall in the way. The system has a private address. So what I do is I talk to the command and control server and I say, hey, the next time that system checks in, tell it to run the task list command. And then the command and control server queues that command. Now you can probably know where this is going, right? The next time my compromised system calls out and says, hey, do you have anything for me to do? It's told, yeah, I want you to run this task list command. Malicious code goes in, runs the task list command. takes the output of that command, exfiltrates that out to the command and control server, and then the command and control server simply presents that to our attacker. That's how our attacker is able to control this internal system without actually having a direct connection to it. It's pretty creative if you think about it. But this is effectively how a beacon works. Now, there's a concept called jitter, which jitter just changes the timing. So this says, every 600 seconds connect out. With jitter, I might say, hey, anywhere between 500 and 700 seconds, I want you to connect out. That would change the timing on that connection. Now, that's C2 server when we can go talk to it directly. One of the things an attacker may do, and I described this a little bit earlier, I mentioned that if you take the SANS 503 class, they didn't know what they were talking about. Gee, that's not uncommon when you get to SANS these days. But they made a mention that Rita, an AC Hunter, which is created by us, Active Countermeasures, can't detect Black Hills, our sister company, when they do a pen test. And that is total BS. I mentioned I've been doing this for 5 years. We've caught them every time with one exception. And the one exception is this example we're going to talk about here. It's the first time we ever saw it, and we had code to detect it within 30 days after that. And every time they've used this after that, we've caught it. So if you took the SANS 503 class and you think Black Hills can break in without being detected by this tool, no, they're in the same boat as everybody else. We don't give them a pass. Here, our attacker has taken the command and control server and they've put it behind a content delivery network. Look how this changes our architecture here, right? I don't have a single connection talking to a single IP address now. It's talking to multiple IP addresses. So I can't look at one IP talking to another to detect my beacons. It's one IP talking to multiple IPs. That's a lot harder to kind of get a handle around. Further, this is a content delivery network. Let's say it's Akamai. Microsoft uses Akamai. So all my Windows systems, when they're calling home to Microsoft, they're talking to these same IP addresses. So now sometimes this connection going to this system is my C2 server. Sometimes it's just a legitimate process. So it's spread out over multiple IPs and it's got legitimate traffic mixed in. How do you figure this one out? And the answer is you start working with data you have at the application layer. So if I'm looking at HTTP sessions, I'll use the host parameter within the HTTP header. If I'm looking at TLS connections, I'm going to use the SNI information that'll identify, this CDN server needs to know where do I need to pass this data through to. That's what the SNI information is in there for. So I can use that SNI information as my target point to figure out where this needs to go. So far we've been talking about beacon detection based on timing. You can also do beacon detection based on size, and I'll talk about that in just a little bit. But I mentioned this jitter thing where we can change up the timing. Why do attackers bother doing that at all? Because most threat hunting tools use an algorithm called k-means clustering to go through and do their beacon detection. K-means clustering, you can look it up. There's a great wiki that kind of talks through it. But basically, here's what k-means is in a nutshell. And I'm going to simplify this a little bit. Imagine you had 1 million connections go out to the internet yesterday. But imagine in those 1 million connections, someone is connecting once per minute all day long, and they do it 24 hours a day. Once per minute all day long. So 86,400 times a day, exactly once per minute type of thing. Actually, that'd be once per second. But you get the idea. Once per minute, it's connecting out. That's a repetitive pattern. K-means will look at that mixed in with all the millions of connections and say, hey, that's a repetitive pattern. That's something you should go in and pay attention to. But as soon as you jitter that connection, as soon as you start changing the timing between connection attempts, K-means looks at that and says, oh, that's not a repetitive pattern. You don't need to pay attention to that, and it will miss it. If a tool is relying on, so if you're looking for threat hunting tools, question number 1, do you use K-means clustering to detect jitter? If they say no, good, continue the conversation. If they say yes, thanks for playing, go find another tool. Because if they can't use k-means to detect the beacon, they have to fall back on being signature-based. Signature-based means we can only detect things we've seen in the past. If somebody throws something new at you, like what happened with Sunburst, no one can detect it. Well, if you're doing good behavioral analytics, you're going to detect it even if you've never seen it before. So that's what k-means is all about. K-means is just a matter, is designed to avoid this whole thing called jitter. All right. So with that said, it's the top of the hour. Let's take a break. We're going to take a break until 10 minutes after the top of the hour, and we'll come back after that. So we were talking about beacon detection, and so far everything we've been talking about has been detecting beacons based on that timing, that persistency of calling out. But that's not the only way or the only method available to go through and detect it. You can actually do it based on the amount of data getting transferred back and forth. And we'll talk about that in just a slide or two. But, you know, I showed you this earlier, where if we're looking over a 24-hour period of time, and I'm seeing the same number of connections happening each hour, that lets me know there's persistency here. What I love about this method is that this helps to kind of normalize out jitter. What do I mean by that? So imagine I've got a beacon that's going off once per minute, plus or minus 50%. There's a lot of jitter in it. 50% means that dwell time might be as short as 30 seconds. It might be as long as 90. That's an awful lot of jitter. Well, do the math. It's still going to go off about 60 times every hour, right? Which means that for every time it goes off at a 30-second interval, it'll probably go off at a 90-second interval. Well, those will cancel each other out and become 60 seconds. So if I combine things together into 1 hour buckets, a lot of that jitter actually kind of goes away. So I can have a session that's jittering a lot that k-means would have absolutely no chance of being able to detect, that once I normalize it out into 1 hour buckets, it actually becomes pretty trivial to be able to go through and detect at that point there. Would dwell time be similar to entropy and DNS tunneling? That's a little different. I'm going to talk about that one in just a few slides. So that slide over on the right, or that screen over on the right that I was talking about, that breaks down how often am I seeing a certain dwell time? You know, here's that screen. And here we can see this is a connection without jitter. It's going off exactly once per second, and it's only going off once per second for every single connection. But this is similar to what we saw earlier, right? Here's that bell curve. You should be able to look at this and say, ooh, Chris, cobalt strike, right? Anytime you see a bell curve, I want you to think cobalt strike. If it's cobalt strike, okay, that's an attacker, that's a pen team. Somebody is using that, you know, cobalt strike tool to run a C2 channel. This one is also getting jittered, but this is someone who actually put some time and effort into trying to randomize it as much as they could. Notice I don't have a bell curve. This is actually pretty random, but bucket it up into 1 hour chunks, and it still normalizes out an awful lot of the jitter that's taking place here. Makes it a whole lot easier to go through and figure out there's persistency. Now, how do we do detection based on session size? There's actually a couple of really cool things we can do with session size, right? So imagine we got that beacon, right? It's calling out, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. That command set is going to be the common command that goes back and forth. In other words, your attacker isn't going to have a command queued up every single time that thing calls in, right? They're just not, especially if it's going off like, you know, once per second. You know, once per minute, they might for a couple of hours and then it'll stop. But for a majority of the time when it calls in and says, hey, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. That's typically going to be a specific size. Now, it's possible for attackers to jitter the size, but I haven't seen it in the wild yet. If they do jitter the size, AC Hunter is already designed to figure that out and calculate it. We've already done extensive testing with jittering session size, even though no one's doing it in the wild yet, just so that when someone else that is not us thinks of that and starts using it for evil, we're already in a position to be able to go through and try and detect that. But that session size, that consistency is something we can key in on to help figure out if it's a beacon as well. The other thing you can do with it is you can analyze and look for what were the other session sizes if they were any? For example, right? So my x-axis is size. This is how much data was transferred as part of a specific session. My y-axis is quantity. How many sessions took place between these two endpoints where this session size went by as part of that, as part of the exchange. So you can see most of them, let's call that 120,000 times, just to throw out a round number. The session size was, I'm going to call that 90 bytes. Again, just to kind of throw out a round number. This is my heartbeat. This is my, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Notice we've got 3 other data points here. What does that mean? Well, think about it logically. What would change the session size? The only thing that will change the session size is the command set is different. In other words, when this system calls home and says, do you have something for me to do? A different command than no, go back to sleep was sent to that system. In other words, this may be indications of the attacker activating that command and control channel. This is cool, right? Because one of the things we worry about is data exfiltration. And one of the challenges we run into with data exfiltration is that the attacker can go through and steal things, right? So imagine I get a system compromised. It's got a 100 meg database on it. That's all my customer information. It's got some private data in there that we don't want leaked out. And now our boss comes to us and says, hey, did they get to the customer database? Oh, crap. We're going to answer that question? Really? That's going to be tough, right? Maybe, maybe not. Because here's the challenge. Attackers, at least for the last couple of years that I've been looking at, encrypt their data and then they run it through a TLS session. Why do they do that? Because some vendors like to sell what's referred to as an intercept proxy. So an intercept proxy is simply a box you put on your network that all of your systems connect to it. It decrypts their session. It does pattern matching, looking for known bad things inside of that session, and then it re-encrypts the data and then sends it off on the other side. Now, a couple of problems there, right? Number one, here's a box decrypting everybody's data. What's the crown jewels from an attacker's perspective? Oh, it's now become that box, right? Problem number two, we're pattern matching, which means if the attacker's using something we haven't seen before, we're still going to not catch it. But there's a third problem that's not immediately obvious, and that is attackers encrypt their data before they put it in the TLS session. So if you run through one of these intercept proxies and the TLS layer gets stripped off, what's inside is ciphertext, which means your pattern matching does no good. It's all encrypted. So your box doesn't flag that. It doesn't say, oh, this is kind of weird, Chris. Just so you know, it's already encrypted. It doesn't tell you that. No, it pattern matches, doesn't find a match to any patterns and says, well, this must be okay, spits it out the other side. It was kind of funny. I was at a security conference where there was a vendor who sold one of these boxes, and I called them on this. It's like, stuff gets encrypted anyway. The answer I got was, well, at least you're that much closer to the data. Because we strip off the TLS layer, you're that much closer to the data. No, that's not how this works, right? Encryption isn't like a foggy window where, oh, you take off one layer of encryption, I can sort of see shapes now on the other side. No, it's still ciphertext. Your pattern matching still does no good. No, if you think that's a good thing, if you think that's how this works, oh my God, I can't believe you're actually trying to sell this box. But one thing we do have to work with is session size. So again, 100 meg customer database. Let's say this is the data we collected off of that C2 channel. And our boss comes to us and says, oh no, that's the system that has our customer database on. Did they get to that? We can look them right in the eye and confidently say, no, not yet. If we get them out now, we're okay. But as of yet, they didn't get it. How do I know I can make that statement? Look at the largest data transfer. Based on the scale here, let's call that 300 bytes. We have a 100 meg customer database. 100 meg don't fit in 300 bytes, right? Now, if I had a data point out here that was 100 megs, or 50 megs in case they might zip it up before they transfer it, yeah, then I would be worried. But here I know, no, they didn't get to that yet. In fact, do this for a while and you start spotting patterns. For example, if you see a lot of small little sessions taking place, that's usually indicative of they're probing the internal network. They're not working on the internal box anymore. They're trying to pivot and go after other stuff. So you can, even though you can't see the commands, you become skilled enough to be able to look at the data and figure out, oh, this is what's going on that box. This is what they're actually doing right now, without actually having to see anything in the payload. So they can encrypt their data and run it through a TLS session, and it can stay that way, and you can still figure that stuff out once you've got some mileage under your belt. Can I get false positives? Well, sort of. Like I said, we're checking for connection persistency. There might be a business need for that. That's not really a false positive. It's still a persistent connection. It just means it's something we need to go in the safe list. So if all my Windows systems are calling out to Windows notification servers, I simply need to go in and create a safe list entry that says, hey, any of my systems that are talking to a Windows notification server, don't worry about that. And now, boom, that comes off my list of things that show up as part of my threat hunt. And we'll go through an example of that when we get into the lab stuff. So identifying business need, right? Some of this is pretty straightforward. What are some of the most common false positives? Microsoft, by far, #1 false positive stuff you'll say. And again, I hesitate to use false positive because it's not so much the traffic looks evil, it's persistent. But Windows notification server shows up a lot. Patching server stuff shows up a lot. The one thing Microsoft has started doing with patching, which kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit, is that they're using self-signed certificates. And I get why they did it. You know, Microsoft is a small company. They don't have a lot of budget. So to have to spend $50 for a digital certificate might mean they need to lay people off. So they need to self-sign certificates to save that $50 so they don't have to fire anybody. So yeah, yeah, okay, yes, I'm being sarcastic here. Absolutely, absolutely. So what they do is they self-sign it, and then when they ship you the Windows operating system, they simply put that in as a trusted root certificate. So when a Windows box looks at that, they look at that and say, oh yeah, this is fine, don't worry about that. Well, if you're checking the data as it goes by from a Linux box, let's say I have Zeke running on Linux, one of the things you can tell Zeke to do, which is really cool, is you can tell Zeke, validate every digital certificate you see. Zeke will go through and say, oh, those Windows notification servers, yep, those are fine. Oh, those patching servers, no, that digital certificate's invalid. I don't have a root cert for that. And it'll actually, you know, with Zeke will flag it and say, oh, you got to pay attention to this. That to me is definitely like a false positive because, you know, it is Microsoft's legitimate system. They just needed to save the $50 and not get a real, signed digital certificate for those systems. So those are some of the most common ones that I tend to say. Google, not so much. The Google Mail server, if you're using Google Mail, shows up, but that's about it. Apple, I don't see a whole lot of that, generating stuff you need to kind of run through. It's not in the community edition, but in the enterprise edition, we actually have all of those default safe lists defined that you might run into so that when you start up, all the common stuff that you would normally see that other people see is just gone. You don't see that in the display. We still collect the data. You could delete the safe list if you wanted to see it. We don't delete anything and make it go away, but it doesn't show up as part of the hunt. It doesn't get scored. Also, don't forget about your purchasing group. So again, that example I gave where, I went to a virtual machine instance and I connected up to www.example.com to see who they were. Let's say we did that and we figured out, oh, they're a marketing company, right? They assist marketing companies in, helping to better prime the sales pipeline or blah, 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 whatever it is they do. Well, now that I know that, I'm going to go to my purchasing department and say, hey, did anyone in the sales or possibly the marketing team buy a service from example.com? Because if we're getting a service from them, we're probably going to end up paying for it. And if we're paying for it, purchasing will have a record of that. Now I can find out, yes, this is a legitimate business partner, or no, we have no record of that. Just a pro tip on that one. Checking that destination IP, yeah, like, you know, we looked at the ASN was assigned to DigitalOcean on Runtime Broker, and we said, wait a minute, it's calling DigitalOcean, it's not calling Microsoft. That's probably not the Runtime Broker we think it is. That might be helpful. I had a customer that had a couple of beacons that they weren't sure what was going on, and when we looked at it with them, they were beaconing out to Guangzhou, China. Well, you know how the questions went, right? Do you have a field office in Guangzhou, China? No. Do you have a business partner? No. Do you have a vendor? No. Then, yeah, you want to take a closer look at those sessions and see what's going on. So the geolocation information isn't always 100% accurate, but it's usually good enough to kind of help you figure out if this is something you need to worry about or not. Some helpful links. So this is actually all kind of built into AC Hunter as well. We'll get into this more when we get into doing the labs, but let me show you this real quick because it is kind of fun. So let's say I'm in and I'm analyzing something, right? I'm looking at this. This is UDP 123. You know, it's not showing a fully qualified domain name it went to. And I'm like, okay, it looks like NTP connections, but, you know, I'm not sure. What can I learn? I can actually click on this IP address, and this will pull up a bunch of different tools I can now leverage to do additional research on that. So for example, I can go to VirusTotal, and now this will open up a tab to VirusTotal and say, oh, hey, that's part of pool.ntp.org. And it has been for, what's that, at least 6 months. Here's what different scanning vendors, you know, have listed about that. Be careful with these. Sometimes these are false positives. My guess is these are all false positives. My guess is someone had malware on their system that goes out and checks what time it is. So someone flagged this as an evil server when it's not. It's just a generic time server. They couldn't tell the difference. So, you know, so be careful when you see, you know, when you see 1 out of 87, you don't give this a whole lot of thought. If you're seeing 50 out of 87, yeah, okay, there might be something to that. But you get the idea. Having that ability to go in and research this stuff, and it's similar for the inside, can be really cool. These are all those links, and this is how they get formed as far as where you put in an IP address or a fully qualified domain name in order to be able to go look those up. All right. So we've identified persistency. We can't identify a business need. What's our next step? Well, our next step is to go in and start looking at the protocol and how that's being used. One of the first things I always go looking at is it a remote desktop application? Because if it is, a lot of attackers are lazy. So they'll throw some remote desktop app on there and just start using that. If you see that, first of all, none of this should be allowed past your firewall ever. Even if you feel like, you know, it's too hard to write specific firewall rules, I'm going to use that anyone going anywhere, drop it rule, and you feel like you need to do that, okay, fine. Put a rule in right before it. Anything going to these ports, drop it. Because this is remote access trying to leave your environment. This is something that is definitely a no. You also want to look for unknown apps on standard ports. So I don't mean things like SSH is running on port 10,022. What I'm talking about is TCP/22, the port that's normally used by SSH, the protocol is unrecognized. It's not SSH, it's something else. That's what I mean when I say unknown app on a standard port. You know, it's going through the most common one I see in the wild. It's going to TCP 443, but it's not SSL traffic, it's not TLS. How do you tell the difference? Both SSL and TLS start with the client sending its SSL hello packet in clear text. So you can see that data in the clear. The server will respond with its hello packet. The server will respond with its digital certificate. Again, all of that is in the clear. So I should be able to see that exchange take place when the connection first gets set up. After that, it will go encrypted. And and it's ciphertext, so I may not be able to decode what's going on, but that's fine. I saw enough in the beginning to figure out this is a TLS session. Now, what if I capture traffic going to TCP 443? and I don't see the SSL hello packets go by. I don't see the digital certificate go by. Well, that's not TLS. That's something else. Why is something else going out through that port? That's what you need to go in and pay attention to. And one of the cool things about Zeke is this says it detects over 50 apps. I think they're actually up over 55 now. So a lot of this stuff Zeke can go through and figure out for you. So for example, I've got traffic going to TCP port 80 at this IP address. Zeke knows it's HTTP. See this one here? It's going to TCP 80, but Zeke is saying, I don't know what that application was. Okay, before you get too nervous, make sure you stop and look at how much data actually went by. Because what this tells me is someone tried to connect to TCP port 80 on this IP address, and that server rejected the connection. In other words, this is enough data for my TCP headers, and that's it. It's not enough to actually carry any payload that went by. So it never completed the TCP3 packet handshake as part of this connection attempt. But you can see it'll go through and identify this for me. So when I see this, it's going to a common port and doesn't know what the app is. Those are always worth taking a look at to see, can I explain it away as a failed connection? Now, if I looked over here and it said, oh, 5 gigabytes went by. Oh no, something's wrong. Something is horribly wrong. We're whacked. This is a command and control channel. They've exfiltrated data. We're in a really bad spot right now. And within the AC Hunter interface, you'll see stuff like this. You may see it say TCP 443 SSL, TCP 443 dash. What that means is that one or more of the connections that took place between these two systems, I couldn't tell what it was, but I could also tell it was SSL, or it could be TLS. Zeke generically labels everything as SSL, regardless of whether it's SSL or TLS. When you see that, don't fret. Don't worry about it. It's not uncommon if there's a couple of connections going by that maybe the server was too busy and rejected one of them. And because the header information didn't go by, you're going to say, hey, for one connection, I didn't know what it was, but the rest of them I did. Yeah, no, that happens. That's just, part of communicating on the internet. Unexpected protocol use. So this could be they're using the protocol. It has the right headers, but they're kind of bending the communication rules a little bit. I talked about that one earlier. Remember I mentioned the user agent string? Normally I identify myself as Windows 10, but when I talk to this one IP address, all of a sudden I'm a Windows 7 box or Windows XP or something like that. That's bending the protocols. When you see stuff like that, that's when you need to be afraid. When you talk about command and control running over DNS, that's total bending of the protocols that are taking place. But if you know what to look for, if you know what's normal, you can actually tag this and figure it out when it occurs. So here's how this works, right? Notice our setup's a little bit different here. Why might an attacker use C2 over DNS? For a couple of reasons. One is the compromised system never sends data directly to the internet. So if I'm monitoring for new connection attempts from my internal systems, I'm never going to see something here. The other is that, excuse me, there's no new protocols going by. What you'll see at the perimeter is your internal DNS resolver doing DNS lookups. Well, it does that all day long anyway, right? So this is a really stealthy way to go about setting up a command and control channel. Now, here's how it works. So I'm this guy, I'm the attacker, and I'm going to try and compromise this network. And when I'm successful, I want to set up a stealthy command and control channel. So here's what I do. I go out and I register some domain. For the purposes of this example, let's assume I was able to register evil.com. So now I'm responsible for the authoritative name servers for evil.com. When this system gets whacked, it's told, call out, do a DNS query within evil.com. So it'll send that DNS query to the local resolver and say, hey, I need to look up the text record, or it could be the MX record or the name server record, or, there's variations off of this. Don't get caught up on the text. Way too many people think that C2 over DNS only works with text records. That is not true. I've seen it with CNAMEs. I've seen it with MX records. I've seen it with DKIM records. Don't get caught up on it just being text. What matters is they're doing a query within evil.com. Well, the server obviously doesn't know where that thing is. So it goes out to the root name servers and says, hey, I need to look up this resource record. Can you help me out? And the root name servers say, I don't know the answer to that, but the .com DNS servers should be able to help you out. Go talk to them. So now I send that query to the .com servers and they say, hey, we can't help you out either, but we can tell you this box is authoritative for that domain. Go talk to that box. Well, now I send that DNS query to that box. Everything up till now is exactly how DNS just normally works. Except when that box sees this query comes in, this is a code letting it know, hey, I'm a compromised system. Do you have any command and control? Do you have any marching orders for me? Is there any commands that I need to run? And the answer that comes back is what's going to tell them, run the task list command. No commands for you right now. Go back to sleep. Now, the system will dwell for some period of time, and then it will send out another query to check in to see, is there any new commands for me to run? Now, here's the rub. What if I send this exact same query to the DNS local resolver? Well, it's just going to give me an answer out of cache, right? That's what resolvers do. Well, what if the attacker set the TTL to 0, Chris? That's fine. I used to tell all my resolvers, I don't care what the remote site said the TTL should be. Remember this for a minimum of 5 minutes. I want to reduce the amount of DNS queries going out over my internet link. So you can easily override that, and the attackers know it. So if they try and send the same thing and they get an answer out of cache, you've now broken that C2 connection, right? Because it's the resolver responding back with what they saw before, not the actual command and control server responding anymore. So the only way to solve that is to change this query. So now instead of querying this string, I might query 33831.evil.com. Well, that's now a unique query. That isn't sitting in cache. That gets forwarded all the way through. The next time, 33832. That's a unique query. That goes through. Notice where we're going here. When command and control is taking place, we end up with a lot of unique queries going by, more than makes sense for the environment. What do I mean by that? How many resource records does it make sense for most environments to expose to the internet? This says 10 or less. Let's count, right? You might have a mail server. That's one. A web server, a couple of DNS servers. Maybe you got a customer portal. Look, we're still counting fingers on one hand. We're not even anywhere close to 10, right? In other words, for most environments that you haven't heard of, it's going to be a small number. It's going to be 10 or less. Now, there are vendors like Microsoft, especially Akamai, Google, Amazon, et cetera, Apple, where you might actually see a couple hundred resource records that get resolved. But they're companies you're going to recognize their name and know they're big and huge and have a big presence on the internet. So the fact that you see a couple of hundred isn't surprising. Well, what if I see a domain with 1,000 resource records? Well, it does make sense. What if it's 10,000? Yeah, that definitely doesn't make sense, right? That's one of the ways we can go in and take C2. And what's nice about that is we're not trying to signature match on a specific tool. Any tool that tries to use DNS as a C2 channel is going to have these behavioral characteristics to it. So if we go at this from a behavioral perspective, we can not only catch everything people have invented up till now, we're going to be able to catch new things they start trying to do in the future. I hadn't seen a DKIM record used as part of the C2 channel up until about 2 years ago. But the reason I saw it was this tool caught it. And it caught it because even though they were using DKIM instead of text or MX records, it was still generating a lot of unique queries that were taking place. So with AC Hunter, go back to the main screen here, we tag DNS differently. And the reason is, right, so normally we'll show you, hey, this IP address, here's the stuff we saw that was weird. For this IP address, here's the stuff we saw that was weird. The challenge with DNS is if you're monitoring at the perimeter, the system acting weird is a DNS resolver. It's not the client. So the source IP may not actually be the compromised system. Further, you might have multiple internal resolvers. You might have 3 of them. And this person may be round robining through all 3 DNS servers. Well, we want to combine those together and analyze those as a unit, right? We don't want to look at those as 3 separate things. We got to combine them together. So that's why you'll see it set up this way. So we'll go through and we'll highlight up here in the corner and tell you, hey, there's potential C2 over DNS. Now I know I need to go take a look at that module. And we'll put a little triangle here to tell you, hey, this domain, there's way too many fully qualified, too many resource records associated with that domain that we queried that makes sense. And you can see here, someone internally resolved 62,468 resource records in this domain here, r-1x.com. Okay, I've never heard of r-1x.com. So I expect 10 or less would be reasonable. 62,000, very, very, very unreasonable, right? So that's one of the ways we can go through and analyze it. That's one of the things that AC Hunter does. The other thing we do, and let me show you a normal example because you kind of need the foundation first. So akadns.net, that's Akamai. We resolved 125 resource records within Akamai. Okay, biggest content delivery network in the world. Many large organizations use it. So the fact that we resolved 125 resource records, that does not surprise me at all. Now check out the data on the right. This section is telling me these 3 IP addresses were doing all the DNS queries for resource records within akadns.net. Well, if this are my 3 internal DNS servers, that makes perfect sense. This section is telling me that I had 13 internal systems that connected up to one or more of those 125 resource records. That makes sense too, right? Think about how DNS works. You type a name in your browser, DNS resolves that to an IP address. Your system now connects to that resource or that IP address. And now you go check out the website or whatever it was that you're doing. So this is the behavior we expect to see. Now let's go back to r-1x.com again. I've got one system doing DNS queries, but more importantly, that's the only system that talks to that domain. In other words, we looked up 62,000 resource records, but none of our users needed to access any of those resources. Well, that makes no sense at all. That's indicative of a command and control channel over DNS. So that's something that's worth going in and paying attention to. So that's another way you can go in and you can tag that. So that's this bonus check section in here. We already talked about this. Odd user agent strings. I'd be careful with this because it's easy to do this wrong. I see a lot of sites will say, oh, hey, if you see a unique user agent string, or if the JA3 hash of the SSL hello packet is unique in the environment, that system is worth taking a look at. Well, maybe, but maybe that's just a unique system, right? We're a Windows shop, but the CEO wanted a Mac. What's going to happen? They're going to get a damn Mac, right? The CEO. So now you've got a unique user agent string because the CEO only wants to use a Mac. Does that mean the Mac is evil? No, of course it does not mean it's evil. So looking for uniqueness in the environment, no, that doesn't make sense. Now, if you break it out by platform, like I talked about, right? So if that Mac normally identifies itself as a Mac, but then all of a sudden, when talking to one IP address, it thinks it's a Windows 95 system. Oh, that's worth paying attention to. So it's not so much uniqueness in general of the environment that's interesting. It's when the behavior changes of that specific system when it's talking to one specific entity out on the internet. That's what you actually want to go in and pay attention to. So this script here, let's kind of talk about this a little bit. So this is looking at Zeke's http.log file. Cat is like the type command under Windows. So it's normally it would just list out everything that's inside of that file. But I'm piping it through this tool here, Zcut, and I'm telling Zcut, I only want you to print out these certain fields. The source IP address, that's what this lingo means. The destination IP address, that's what this lingo means. And the user agent string. And then I'm saying, I only want to see the lines that are associated with this specific internal IP address. Then I'm sorting it. So what that's going to do is, since all the source IP addresses are the same, anytime the user agent string is the same, it's going to put those together line by line. And then I'm using the cut command, then I'm going in and using the unique command to say, hey, if there were 10 connections to a particular system, don't count 10 user agent strings, only count that as one. In other words, I'm trying to count the number of times a specific user agent string was used per target IP address that's out on the internet. And then I'm saying, now get rid of everything but the user agent string sort it, and count it. And I'll get data kind of similar to this. What's this data telling me? This data is telling me that for this system, 10.0.2.15, for 15 different IP addresses that it talked to out on the internet, this was the user agent string it used, including identifying itself as a Windows 10 system. For 12 different systems that it talked to out on the internet, this was the user agent string it used, again, identifying itself as a Windows 10 system. For one IP address that it talked to, it identified itself as Windows NT 5.2. Well, wait a minute, that's Windows XP. That makes no sense at all, right? That's the type of thing you want to go looking for when you do your user agent analysis. And it'll work with JA3s as well, right? So if my JA3 hash matches against a Windows 10 system a majority of the time, but for one IP that it talks to, all of a sudden it's identifying itself as Windows 7, that's a problem. Now, let's say we go in, we do our protocol analysis, and now we want to take a look at the internal system. This is something we kind of need to set up ahead of time, right? In other words, if we're not collecting anything off of our internal systems, we might be in trouble. Now, there are some tools you can run to kind of assist you here in case you're not doing anything today to at least get something up and going. Bill wrote a tool called Passer. I have a slide for it a little bit later, but I'm going to bring it up now. What Passer does is Passer watches the network, it passively fingerprints the system it sees and identifies the services that they are running and that they are talking to. So to tell you, 10.0.2.15 looks like a Windows 10 system, and it has these ports open, and it's talking to those ports on these other systems over here. That at least gives you something to work with to start trying to run down what's going on with that system if you're not collecting any type of host logs off of the box. But, this is the wild card in all of this. This comes down to what have you actually implemented? What are you going to have available as part of a threat hunt? And if you leverage internal host logging, we talked about, this may help you kind of tag things down where you can say, hey, that application makes sense or that application doesn't make sense. You're seeing connections going out on a regular basis and they're going out in Amazon EC2. And when you look at what binary is causing those connections to take place, it turns out to be slack.exe. Well, if you're a Slack shop and you use that for internal communications, no problem. If you're not a Slack shop, we may want to go in and take a closer look at that and figure out what's going on, right? So again, it kind of comes down to that. So I mentioned Sysmon. So at a raw level, this is what Sysmon looks like. So it's telling me the date, time this particular connection took place, what was the binary, what location was it in, what user agent string, what user agent context was it run under, where did they connect to, what ports were involved, what IP addresses, blah, 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 blah. Lots of really good information so that if I see these connections going out to help me figure out, is this something I need to be concerned about or not? So I can, again, if we know we use Slack internally, this is fine. If we don't use Slack internally, we may need to take a closer look at that. Okay, is somebody breaking corporate policy? Did someone put this on there to maybe try and use Slack as a command and control channel, which you can do if you know what you're doing? We'd want to go through and run this down a little bit deeper. And we talked about Beaker. Here's an example of an internal IP address calling out to an IP address out on the internet, and it's Notepad making those connections. Ooh, James Kirk, you run a lot of malware. But it's Notepad doing the connections. Notepad doesn't make network connections. And again, this is another great example of you would never write a signature in your SIM to generate an alert when you see someone running Notepad, would you? It makes no sense at all. Yet in this context, oh, that's an awesome gift. Thanks, Steve. But in this context, where this is the application creating connections to that IP address, about 19 times every minute, yeah, that's something worth going in and paying attention to. But I have no system logs. Yeah, this is the part of threat hunting where we need to kind of plan for it in advance. So what's next? Well, now that we've gone through all of this, now we need to look at it and decide, is it safe or is it potentially evil? We could come up with a disposition, I'm not sure, but that's not good enough. If we come up with, we're not sure, we need to come up with additional tests. Like I said, maybe we say, okay, we have no information on that internal host, so I'm going to run parser for a while and collect up and learn what data I can using that tool, because that's not breaking the active passive line. It's going to give me some additional information on what's going on with that internal host. That may be a possibility. But like I said, if I'm not sure, no, that's not good enough. I need to be able to say, add it to the safe list, or we need to go incident response mode. Those are the only two things that are acceptable outputs from this. I mean, at its core level, threat hunting, the description is easy, right? Look at every system, decide if it's evil or not. That's it. That's all we do. That's a pretty easy description, right? It's the implementation that takes an awful lot. All right, let's talk about some tools. So TCP dump, this is a generic packet capturing tool. This has been around forever. It's available for every single platform. It still ships with Linux. It still ships with Macs and BSD. It doesn't ship with Windows, but you can get a copy of WinDump, which is basically the same thing. But this is kind of a generic tool that a lot of folks use. I used to do a lot with TCP dump, not as much anymore. It's great for capturing traffic, and Bill gave us a great script for that down at the bottom. So this will go through and capture all the traffic that the system sees and write it out to a PCAP file once per hour. The reason I don't use it is it's not that flexible. I can't go in and tell TCP dump, the only thing I'm interested in is the user agent string. It won't do that. I got to print out the whole packet and then go find that information for myself, which makes it kind of PETA. But to capture traffic, it's actually still quite useful for that. T-Shark's a little bit more flexible, because with at least with T-Shark, I can go in and use the -T fields switch to identify what fields do I want to see, and it will only print out those fields. For example, here I'm looking at the PCAP file that, remember we were looking at r-1x.com, we were looking at that C2 over DNS channel that was taking place. Here I just went in and said, hey, show me the DNS query and everything. Now, this is going to say, okay, only when there's a UDP port 53 do I look at this at all. And here are all the DNS, here is the query that was being sent out each time. One of the things that kind of hits me right away, that looks like hex, right? It's numbers and letters as high as F, and that's it. So my host parameter and my fully qualified domain name, that's hex. Ooh, hex means it's encoded. If I can convert that to ASCII, I might be able to see what the attacker's actually doing here. That'd be a good thing to have in the advanced class, which we do, but you get the idea. This allows me to focus in on this one field and this one field only without having to dig for this information in some sort of, larger amount of output. Here it is going in and pulling out the user agent string. And I went in and kind of manipulated it around just to be able to count out how often am I seeing each of the different particular user agent strings that are taking place. CapInfos is a really useful tool. CapInfos is a tool I can use to just give me some good generic information about a particular PCAP file. Whenever I'm doing threat hunting, the first thing I always want to do to my PCAPs is run this command here, capinfos-AUE or AEU, either way works. But this is going to show me what is the duration of that capture? When was it started? When was it stopped? Because this is going to tell me what I can look for and how accurate it's going to be when I do my threat hunt. If I see something like this, right? So this was running for 86,291 seconds. Well, 86,400 seconds is a full 24 hours. So I've almost got a full 24 hours worth of data to work with here. Great. I can do all my typical threat hunting stuff with this. Now, what if I came back and looked at this and it said, 3,600 seconds were captured? Well, that's only an hour. So now I know I won't be able to look for any long connections. I'm not going to be able to find any beacons that are low and slow, like sunburst going off every 15 minutes. Those will just get mixed in because I'm only looking at an hour's worth of data. But anything that's going off like once per second, yeah, I might have a chance of being able to capture that. So I know that my threat hunt won't be as accurate as it normally is when I have 24 hours to work with because I only have an hour to work with. So it's a great tool for just doing a quick sanity check. Wireshark, this is a tool that a lot of people love. And I love it too when I have something specific to look at. In other words, if I know the connections between these two IP addresses are interesting, Wireshark is a great tool to go through and use. From a general threat hunting perspective, not so much. Why, Chris? You can go in and you can create display filters and do all this cool stuff. Yeah, you can. Here's problem number one. Problem number one, Wireshark needs to load that entire PCAP into memory before it can even get started. Ouch. What if that PCAP is 30 gigs and I've got 8 gigs of RAM in my system? Well, my system is going to be doing an awful lot of disk swapping at that point, right? That's one of the biggest challenges that you run into with Wireshark. So Wireshark is still in my toolkit, but it's not something I pull out in the front. It's something I would pull out way out towards the end. I already know this protocol looks odd, and I'm going to do a deep dive on it between these two systems. That's when I might pull Wireshark out. But like I said, Zeke is kind of my tool of choice because Zeke is really good at going through and giving me summary information. So for example, here, I'm going into the SSL.log file and I'm pulling out source IP address, destination IP address, and the validation status of the digital certificate. And rather than looking at everything, I'm saying I only care about people who are talking to self-signed servers. Sort unique, just make sure I only see one copy per IP pair, and I get stuff like this out. So this is telling me that when this IP address was talking to that IP address, the digital certificate was self-signed. Maybe that's something I need to worry about. Maybe that's something I need to go talk to IT about because, hey, that looks like it's an internal IP address. You get the idea. Because I can go in and extract out certain fields, the possibilities of what I can do become endless. The timestamp is normally in Unix format, number of ticks that have gone by since 1970 type of thing, but you can use a command line switch to convert that. The challenge is you don't get the same type of granularity. So for example, these first, up till here, so these first half a dozen of connections or so look like they went off at exactly the same time. Well, if I look at them up here, I can see, no, they actually didn't. So you lose a little bit of granularity in looking at the time this way, but sometimes this is a little bit easier for humans to read. Passer, I mentioned this tool. So this is Bill's tool that will go in and just watch the wire and create a database and identify as much information as it can about each of the endpoints. What software are they running? What ports are they talking to? What type of information is going by, in those ports that are in clear text? Passer does a really good job of extracting a lot of this stuff out. Smudge is another tool that we offer. This is kind of like the old P0F tool. This will do passive fingerprinting. This will also integrate with Passer. So you can run Passer and collect this type of information as well. So what this is good for is, I can at least start identify if I see a system talking to the internet and it's looking weird, if I can do some passive fingerprinting, I can at least get an idea of what is that operating system. ngrep is a cool tool. ngrep allows you to go through. So grep we looked at quickly and we saw that you could search text files for certain patterns. And when it sees that pattern, it prints out everything that was on the line with that pattern. Well, ngrep is the same thing, but for packets. So ngrep allows me to go in and search packets as they go by. So here I told ngrep -q. -q means don't print out a # every time you check a packet and you don't find this thing. You don't find this character string in. -I says, read this file. And I'm telling ngrep, hey, show me all packets that have the word admin in it with a capital A, because it is case sensitive. Here it's telling me, okay, I'm going to read in that PCAP file and I'm going to match anytime I see this. And notice, the first 2 lines it prints out. This was a TCP packet going from this IP, this port, to that IP address, that port. And it grabbed that packet because there's a get command for a file within the administrator directory. Admin is part of administrator. Here's the 404 error message coming back saying that that URI does not exist, which includes that string in it. well, wait a minute, Chris. Couldn't somebody use this to look for like login names and passwords if somebody's using a clear text protocol, like basic authentication with HTTP? Oh, they absolutely could, and I have. All right. And with that said, let's take a break. So it's the top of the hour. We're going to take a break until 10 minutes after the top of the hour, and then we'll pick up with Rita. We're not too far off from doing the hands-on walkthrough in the lab. So make sure you get your VM up and running. I'm going on mute. I will be back at 10 minutes after the top of the hour. So Rita is kind of the younger sister to AC Hunter, if you will. Rita is command line based, and it does all the same things that AC Hunter does. In fact, you're going to notice that we're actually going to use Rita when we want to import our data into AC Hunter once we get into doing the labs. Rita's goal in life was to go through and identify persistency. So to identify, these are the connections that you probably should go in and pay attention to. Now, with that said, AC Hunter does exactly the same thing, but it's got a little bit of a nicer interface for doing it. So yeah, I kind of thought about like, now that we've made AC Hunter, we've released the community edition, when would I ever actually use Rita? And I wouldn't use Rita unless I could write a lot of scripts and automate it. If I could sit down and spend some time with Python and write up some scripts to kind of parse this data out and simplify what I have to go in and look at, Rita might make life a little bit easier. If I wanted to take this data, parse it, and then move it into another system, like maybe an elk stack or something like that, I'd probably use Rita instead of trying to use AC Hunter. But beyond those couple of use cases, AC Hunter is just, the ability to have graphs to look at. I mean, I'm a visual person myself. So to be able to look at, like I said, that 24-hour timeline on beacons, that's always the first thing I go in and look at. And Rita doesn't have that built into it. So it has some cool things that it does, but AC Hunter does all of these as well. So that's why we came up with the community edition. One of the things that AC Hunter does that Rita does not is that scoring system to kind of help you identify, hey, I've got 10,000 internal hosts. Which of those do I need to pay attention to? Well, with the scoring system, the one you pay attention to first is easy, the one with the highest score. Which one do you pay attention to next? The next one with the highest score, and so on down. Most environments settle out in like a score of like a 60 to 70, meaning there's always something a little strange going on with most systems. So you're always going to, it's not like you're trying to get everybody down to like a perfect 0 score. If you get down to like 50, 60 points, yeah, that's kind of just par for the course for most environments. But that's going to vary depending upon your environment and what type of stuff you have going. That's something you'll kind of figure out as you use the tool. But just that ability to be able to look at, okay, what has the highest score? Okay, where are those points coming from? That just makes it really easy to go through and kind of run this stuff down. Yeah, and I meant to add a slide in for this, and I spaced it. I put it in the advanced class. I forgot to put it here. I apologize for that, Bill. But I mentioned Zeke a couple of times. Zeke works great when the file output from Zeke is set to CSV format. In other words, when Zeke is outputting comma-separated files, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So if I say, let's go to the lab1 directory. There we go. Helps if you can see the whole thing. I've got a bunch of log files in here, so I'm going to say less space dash capital S, x25, con.log. So this is what my con.log file looks like, right? So it's all space or white space separated columns of information. If I'm using this format, Zeke works great. However, Zeke supports another format, which is JSON. And a lot of folks prefer JSON because it's easier for importing it into like a SIM or an elk stack or something like that. Zeke does not work with JSON, which is tough. I've asked folks, well, then how do I work with JSON? And there's some generic JSON to CSV converter tools you can try using. And quite honestly, I could never get results consistent enough to feel like it was something I wanted to add to this class. And then Bill went and wrote Zcutter, and Zcutter will do both. What's kind of cool with Zcutter is that you can actually get it to process multiple files at the same time. So with Zcut, I can only, with Zcut, I can only process one file at a time, like the con.log or the http.log file. With Zcutter, I could process them both at the same time. That's kind of cool. That makes it a very powerful tool to go through and use. Further, I could have mixed formats. So I could have one file in JSON format, another one in CSV. And just because Bill is Bill, it'll process both of them at the same time and be perfectly happy doing it. And it'll show it to you as its native format by default. But if you say, I want to see everything in JSON or everything in CSV, it will convert it for you happily, no problem. If you have files that are in CSV format, Zeke logs, and you need to convert them, yeah, this tool will go through and do that for you too. So it's a really cool tool you can do a lot of awesome stuff with. So the beacon screen, we've talked about this one a little bit. I talked about this graph on the bottom. I talked about how when we're in view one, we're looking at the time interval between connections taking place. Notice with this one here, it was going off very quick, zero, less than 1 second, 1 second in that time range for the most part. But then it seems to kind of trail off after a while. That's kind of an odd behavior to have take place. This upper right-hand corner, this is always going to tell you what database you're currently looking at and what was the date time range of the information that's in there. So if I'm ever looking at something and I need to just kind of get a quick sanity check of, wait a minute, what's this data I'm looking at right now? I forget what database is loaded or whatever. You've always got a quick reference for yourself up here on the right. I talked about this, look for that straight, that when you can draw a straight line on the bottom, that's persistency. That's something worth paying attention to. I talked about time interval, so that screen, this one here, when I'm on view two, we're doing a time-based analysis here. How often am I seeing each of the different dwell times? If I switch that to a view two, that's going to show me session size analysis. How much data got moved as part of each of the sessions. And I mentioned the biggest line is always going to be my heartbeat. That's always going to be my, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Anything bigger than that is going to be an indication that that C2 channel was activated. Now, you may occasionally see a smaller session size than the heartbeat. It's rare, but if you do see it, typically it's indicative of a failed connection. So for example, this is telling me there was, let's call that 300 connections, just to throw out a round number. 300 connections where 40 bytes of information went by. Well, think about that. What's in 40 bytes? How big's my IP header? 20 bytes, right? How big is my TCP header if no options are turned on? 20 bytes. What's 20 plus 20? 40. So a SYN packet went by and probably got back nothing or a reset packet. And then that session was killed at that point. That's why we're seeing this here. So if you see a smaller number and it's down around 40, if there's options turned on, it might be a little bit bigger. It might be 60 bytes total or something like that. Don't sweat that. This is the side over here that we're most concerned about. Investigation, we talked about these. I talked about how I can click on the IP address. I did not show you this. Let me show you that real quick. And again, I'm going to do a hands-on walkthrough with this stuff with you in just a minute. So next to every fully qualified domain name and IP address is a little filter. You'll see what looks like a little filter like you'd use to put oil in your car or something. And if I click on that, that brings up a safe list entry screen. Let's say I look at this connection and I say, oh, this is one of the NTP servers that all my systems use to check to see what time it is. So yes, this connection persistency, but I'm not worried about this one. There's a business need behind it. I don't want this to show up in my threat hunts anymore. How do I do that? Well, I click on the little filter icon. I go in and I can select, if I'm clicking on a fully qualified domain name, I can actually safe list based on the fully qualified domain name. In this case here, it's based on IP address only. So I can say, I want to safe list that IP, that full class C subnet. Do I want it to be, excuse me, all internal systems, or do I want it to be just this one? Do I want to safe list it when this is the source IP, the destination IP, or both. I get a lot of flexibility around how I create the safe list. I can then go in and write a comment, this is my NTP servers used to check time. And then I might go in and say, see Brenton, if I can spell my own name, and the date is 2023-04-22. So now I've got, here's a reason why this was created. Here's who did it. Here was the date timestamp. And now when I safe list this, watch the background. You'll notice the background changed and that entry went away. It's still in the database. It doesn't get deleted, but it's no longer going to contribute to the score. And it's no longer going to show up if I go through looking through my beacon screens. Now, let's say I figure out I shot myself in the foot. Let's say I figure out, oh, wait, I thought that was this thing and it's not, it's something else and I don't understand what it is. How do I get that data back? Well, I can go back and I can just click the X next to it. Boom, that safe list entry is gone. Now we'll go through and we'll reprocess all the data, removing that safe list entry as a possibility, and we'll rescore everything as needed. So the safe listing is pretty damn powerful. Typically, here's how things will go. You'll hunt your environment. You'll find a lot of business related stuff. You'll safe list it out. And then you'll hunt your environment. You'll find a much smaller number of business related stuff and you'll safe list those out. And then you'll hunt your environment and you'll find 3 or 4 things that are business related and you'll safe list those entries out. And then after that, the only thing that shows up is stuff you probably need to go and pay attention to because it's a new persistent connection on your network, which makes it something worth going in and paying attention to. Beacon web analysis. Yeah, let me show you that one real quick. And again, I'm going to walk you through these in just a minute. So yeah, here's a good example. So this is cdn.onenote.net. Notice there's lots of different IP addresses associated with that. So this was going, cdn.onenote.net was, as the name implies, a content delivery network that sits in front of OneNote. So there's multiple IP addresses associated with that. Notice I can see what the digital certificate was. I got a mouse over it to see it, but I can see what was in the digital certificate that was exchanged. And I can see, is the certificate valid? And this is, I love my dev team. I think this one was kind of done a little backwards. I know why they did it because it was easier. But, is this an invalid certificate? No. Well, I think most people would expect it to be, is the certificate valid? Yes or no? And, that one would make more sense. But I think if they did it this way, because there's actually a number of different reasons it could potentially be invalid. But is it invalid? No, it's not, which means it's okay. So I know that, okay, this is legitimately talking to that system. I can see in the digital certificate that the CN matches this fully qualified domain name. So I know that this is OneNote. So if OneNote is one of the business apps that we use internally, guess what we can do? We can safe list it. So I'm going to come up here. I'm going to click on that little filter icon. I'm going to say, I want to safe list based on that name. And I'm going to say, I could say, safe list everything in OneNote.net. Be careful with wildcards because you never know what something's going to get set up. But sometimes this makes sense. I've seen situations where it's been like, array and then a 3-digit number dot some domain name. And that array number changes depending upon which endpoint you're actually talking to. Okay, in that case, there it makes a lot of sense to go in and use a wildcard. So you don't have to safe list every individual CDN server. But here, they're just using the generic cdn.onenote.net for this. So I wouldn't bother going in and using a wildcard on this one. So I could go in and say, this is our OneNote application that everybody's using, and then put in my name, and then put in the date timestamp. And then when I safe list it, that goes away. Oh, now it popped up with a second one. Oh no, see this? So what this is telling me is that that safe list entry is still getting processed. Until you see it go away like it just did, that means that it's excuse me, that means that it's still getting processed to the database. There we go. And then once it does, you'll see a refresh. And now I'll bet we've got a different set of IP addresses that are part of that. So again, I can go through and I can, if I decide later that isn't something I want, I can use the delete all, or I can go in and do the view and then just delete it that way. Oh, wait, I did. There we go. I went in, I accidentally clicked edit on that one. So that's those features. Long connections, we talked about this screen. I talked about view one is cumulative. So we kind of covered that. Threat intel. Let's talk about this one because we haven't mentioned this one yet. So threat intel is, let me think about how to word this. I'm not a big threat intel fan. Threat intel was great 20 years ago when our threat model was script kiddies living in their basement, trying to own more systems than their friends playing the same online game. That's not our threat model today, or it's not the primary threat model that we worry about. The primary threat model we worry about today is nation states, crime organizations, financially funded organizations that come after us. And for those organizations, the big difference between them and the script kiddies, money. They have more resources to throw at these types of attacks. I mentioned Sunburst. I saw an analysis. They basically went through and broke down the code and found a number of different styles being used. And they estimated that somewhere in the neighborhood of about 100 developers worked on creating the code for Sunburst. That's not a script kiddie in the basement, right? That's nation state at that point there. So the challenge with threat intel is kind of like the old antivirus stuff. It tries to warn you that, hey, someone else saw this and thought it was evil, so you might want to worry about it too. Well, there's a couple of challenges here. Problem number one, they might be wrong. I see people report stuff as evil all the time, and it's not. We looked at one example where people were reporting an NTP server as being evil. And we said, no, the NTP server is not evil. Something else is going on, and they just hadn't figured that out. So it was a false report. You see that with threat intel a lot. The other issue you run into is some of these lists kind of get a little bit long in the tooth. So tell me that IP address was acting evil an hour ago. Yeah, I care about that. Tell me that IP address was acting evil 6 months ago in a cloud environment. Oh, I so don't care about that, right? 6 months ago in a cloud. Yeah, that IP address could be assigned to anybody now. So my issue with threat intel is you get more false positives than anything else. And the sad part of that is the threat intel software will tell you, oh, we protected you from this threat. But did you? Did you really? Or was that someone connecting to an IP address that at one time was used by that threat, and now it's just some legitimate website, and we're not letting the user get to a legitimate website? That's more frequently what it actually is if you take the time to run it down. So here's how we handle threat intel. What we do is when you get a match against a threat intel, we'll assign 10 points, and that's it. And if you got the enterprise version, you can tweak this if you want to. But we'll assign 10 points and that's it. And then what we'll do is we'll start counting the number of bytes leaving the client going to the server. Because if it's a legitimate connection, then the amount of data the client will send to the server is actually pretty minimal. Think about how much data does your client send to a website that you go to visit? And it's not much, right? Your client, let's take worst case, HTTPS. Your browser will send its SSL client hello, and that's regardless of whether it's SSL or TLS. It's always called an SSL client hello packet. So it'll send its SSL client hello, and then it'll send its user agent string, and then it'll send any URIs for data that it wants to request off of that server. Well, that's not much information. So what we do is we start monitoring the amount of data going by. If it hits 5 megabytes, we start adding in additional points. If it gets to 25 megabytes, we've added in 100 points. We want to make sure this is something you go in and pay attention to. So there's 2 files on the system, one that you can add IP addresses to, the other one you can add fully qualified domain names or just domain names to. And we will check those to see, are any of your users going to those systems? If they are, we'll score them 10 points. If they start then moving a lot of data to them, we will start jacking the points up so high that you know you've got to absolutely go in and pay attention to this thing. What I like about this implementation is this will get rid of your false positives in your threat intel feed for you. Right? In fact, you'll see, oh, hey, I 10 points, I got a hit. But if you don't see the data starting to add in points, yeah, I don't need to pay attention to that. That's not worth worrying about. So we can actually reduce the number of false positives you're getting out of your threat intel feed, something the vendor themselves can't do for you. The other thing that's in here is we've got a cyber deception kit. So you can go in and you can create different types of canary tokens in your environment. So canary tokens are things think of them as like little tripwires for the bad guys to trip over that are going to let you know that they're there. So for example, I could go in and I can say, I want to create a canary token that is a administrative user named John Doe. And we'll generate a PowerShell script for you that you can then copy and paste and run on your domain controller that will create the user John Doe. It will assign them to it as being part of the administrators. It will then assign them a 32-character randomized password. So no one's brute forcing that in our lifetime. And then it'll turn on full logging for that account. So the concept is this is not actually a real user account. It's a dummy account. So once full logging gets turned on, now we may generate an alert and tell you, hey, 192.168.1.10 just tried to log in as John Doe. Well, now, since no one's supposed to be using that account, now you know, hey, that user or their system has gone rogue. Something is wrong within that set of entities there. I need to go in and pay much, much more attention to them. You can also do it for things like files. So one of my personal favorites is do it on your net login share, right? Make what looks like a juicy login script, CEO only login or something like that, or security or, financial or something. And, you can create a token for that. We'll create that file. And since it's not assigned to anybody's profile, nobody will ever actually read it, which means that the only thing that will ever actually read it maybe is your backup system. And, oh, hey, look, I got a little filter icon. I can go in and create an exception for my backup server. So you won't get alerts based on that. But I can go in and I can create a tripwire on this juicy looking login script. So a lot of folks still do this. I did this back in my pen testing days. If I got into a system, I now want to try to get a lay of the land of the internal environment. I want to know what resources are located where. Well, I could start running Nmap, but you might notice that, right? If I start, sweeping ports on a bunch of different IPs, there may be some general metric stuff that, sees, hey, this system's trying to connect to a lot of internal systems on a lot of ports. You might want to pay attention to that. So it's a very noisy way to go about doing it. I don't want to be noisy. I want to be stealthy. What's one of the stealthier ways to do this? Go grab a copy of everybody's login script, because that's going to identify what servers and where they're located. And based on the names, you can usually enumerate what they're there and what they're doing. So it's a very quick, dirty, easy way to get a lay of the land. Well, again, you've created a login script that no one's ever using. It's not assigned any profiles. So as soon as I make a copy of it and pull it down, you're going to see, hey, 192.168.1.50 just made a copy of that CEO only login script that you said no one should ever touch. Now, again, user system's gone rogue. I need to go pay attention to those entities to figure out what's going on. And then there's deep dive. This is kind of a cool tool. So what deep dive does is it gives you a full perspective of what's going on with that particular system. So just to kind of throw in an example, we'll go in and we'll just look at some random beacon. I'm just going to grab something here. So let's say we looked at this and we said, hey, I think this system's compromised. I think this is the command and control server. I need to get a handle on scope. Is this the only system compromised? Yes or no? Well, if I click on the IP address and click deep dive, that will show me everything that system is talking to on my side of the firewall. So for example, here it's showing me that there are 10 different IP addresses on the internal network, all talking to that system. So if I knew this one, right? So we color code these two. Anytime we see something that we think is suspect, We'll color code that in orange. That's what tells you, yeah, we saw something weird here. It might be what generated all the threat points. It might not. It might even be something you chose to safe list in the past. We're going to ignore safe lists on this one display only. Anything in white, that's our way of saying, hey, this didn't really look that suspicious to us. So it kind of helps guide your eye on where you need to go. But again, given that scenario I just gave you where we've decided, hey, that internal system is compromised. This is its command and control server. By jumping into deep dive on that external IP, I see all the internal IPs talking to it. Here's my scope right here. Here are the 10 systems, not just this one, that I need to go pay attention to because they're all currently in a compromised state. They're all talking to the same C2 server. This works on the internal system too. So if there's some reason why I want to look at everybody this internal system's talking to, it'll do that as well. So this is showing me all the IP addresses out on the internet this box is talking to. And again, anything color coded in orange, that's our way of saying this looked a little weird to us. Anything color coded in white, that's our way of saying, yeah, no, this looked like it was probably okay. So that is deep dive. The install process for this is pretty straightforward. Now, you don't need to worry about this as part of doing the labs. We've already done this for you. There's two ways to grab a copy of the Community Edition. One is you can download a VM that's in VMware format that has Zeke on it, has AC Hunter on it, and it's all set and it's ready to go. But you may want to install more options than that. So for example, I might want to put Zeke on one system, AC Hunter on another. And hey, that Beaker thing you talked about, Chris, I want to play around with that too. Well, if you download the install script instead and install it this way, you can actually pick and choose what you want to install. So if I want to install Beaker but not ActiveFlow, yeah, I could go in and I could select that through. One of the things I like about this is honestly the easiest way to install Zeke. Zeke is a pain in the butt to install normally, and we take care of that for you. Not only do we install it for you, but we fix a lot of the things that's wrong with Zeke out of the gate. Things like I talked about, hey, it doesn't write out a log entry until the connection closes, so you won't see a long connection until it closes. Well, if we do the install of Zeke for you, we'll fix that. The other challenge you run into with Zeke is its TCP timeout is laughably low. It's set to like 5 minutes. So if I have a connection that starts up and then it sends some data and it pauses for more than 5 minutes and then starts sending data again, it thinks that new, when it sent the data the second time, it thinks that's a new session and says, oh, wait a minute, I don't know what this is. I didn't see a handshake take place and I don't know what's going on. Yeah, because you timed out too quick, dude. 5 minutes is way too short of a period of time to time out for TCP. So we go in and we change that timeout to an hour, and that works a whole lot better. So again, you can install, you can download the VM. Downloading the VM is a great thing if you want to go in and just kind of play around. Because like I said, Zeke is there, AC Hunter's there, the Default data sets there, just go to town. But if you actually want to kind of roll this out and start using it more production-y, using the install script might be a better way to go. Data Mash. This is a cool tool if you're working at the command line and you need to run like a statistical analysis on numbers, or you need to kind of add some things up. It's similar to the R-based tools, if you're familiar with those, but it's cleaner and it's newer and it just works more consistently. One of the things I really like about Data Mash is I can go through and I can actually add up columns with it. So to kind of walk you through this one here. So here I've set cat con.log, and I've used zcut to pull out the source IP address, the destination IP address, and how long was that connection running for. And then I use the sort command to sort it. Now, normally sort will start sorting right on this very first column, but I'm saying sort -K3, which tells it jump to the third column, the duration column, and -RN, sort this as a number. Reverse order means highest to lowest. Print out the first 5. So what I'm looking for is what are my 5 longest connections that were seen on the network. And you can see the longest connection it saw was 328 seconds. The next one after that was 41. The next one after that was 31. But if you look at these two are actually the same IP pair. It's just 2 different connections. Well, what if I wanted to look at this cumulatively? Well, I would use Data Mash for that. I'll come back to the grep stuff in a second. But with data mash, what I'm saying is, hey, when call -G12, when column 1 and column 2 are the same values, like we have here, sum or add up the values that are in column 3. So this will go through, and notice this time it only printed out one line for those two IP addresses, and it actually added up the total duration of seconds. So this gives me a cumulative view, if you will. Now, what are the grep commands doing? Data mash only wants to see numbers. It doesn't want alphanumeric characters. It doesn't want special characters. If it sees that, it's going to puke. So what this grep command does is this grep command removes any blank lines that might potentially be in the output up to this point here. This grep command, remember we saw this a little bit earlier in some of the Zeke logs. If someone tried to create a connection, but the connection didn't finish, the other side rejected it or whatever, and no data was moved, it labels that with a dash. Because it's not 0 bytes. Technically, there was a connection, but there wasn't any actual application data that was sent back and forth, so it labels it with a dash. Well, data mash doesn't know how to add a dash to a numeric value, so it'll puke on that too. So these -V commands, this removes blank lines. This removes any line that has less than 0 as a duration. Before we then run the data through data mash, and data mash will process it from there. So those two grep commands are just cleaning up the output. Another tool we have is Beacon Threat Simulator. So this is another Bill Stearns tool. This one's actually kind of cool. I use this one pretty frequently. One of the things you may want to do in your environment is to see, hey, do the tools that we have in play today, will they catch beacons, all this stuff that Chris is talking about? Will it catch that? Well, I mentioned that CrowdStrike will let you set up a C2 channel, but it's expensive, and you're setting up a real C2 channel. That could be kind of scary. What if you just want to simulate a C2 channel? What if you want to go to one of your internal systems and say, hey, I want it to beacon out to a host I control out in Amazon EC2, and I want to see if anybody on the security team picks up on that. I want to see if any of the security tools that we're paying a lot of money to the vendors for picks up on that. So I'm going to set up something that looks like a beacon that's based on TLS, that's going to TCP 443. It's going off once per minute. It's given 50% jitter, and I'm going to let it run all day, and I'm going to see, can anybody actually detect that? It's a good idea to simulate this stuff. This tool makes it dead simple to go through and do that. What if you want to include things at the payload level? Well, for that, you might want to kind of write your own script around it. So this is a script called Beacon Test, and it's a very simple script. So I've got a do loop here that says run the curl command. So curl is a command line web browsing tool, if you will. -A says, this is what I want the user agent string to be. It'll be the stuff in the quotes here. I like to use Atari 7800 Mozilla version, 0001, because those didn't exist, right? Anybody who's old enough to remember the Atari 7800, there was no web server cartridge for that, right? We didn't have to worry about cleaning the contacts with the eraser because no one can get to our web server. It didn't speak IP. So if you see Atari 7800 on the network, somebody's messing around. That's not real. So me being me, I like to, include little jokes like this. So yeah, when I'm going in and I'm doing this testing, I'll identify the operating system as being an Atari 7800. Then I have a variable. And then I'm saying, hey, any output from this, send that to dev null. In other words, don't print it out. And then I'm saying, I want to sleep for, say, shuff. Shuff is like the random command, but in my personal experience, it's better at being random than random is. So this just allows me to generate a random number, -I, between 200 and 251. So let's say Shuff picks the number 301. Sleep will now sleep for 301 seconds. When it loops back again, Shuff picks the number 247. Well, now it will sleep for 247 seconds. Notice what we've done. We're jittering the connection. -N1 means just pick one number in that range, and that's it. And then done. And then I use the screen command to run it in the background. That way I can disconnect from the system that's running this, and this session won't die. I can use screen to reattach back into it later. So I'm telling screen, I want to name this session C2, and then I want to run the beacon test command. And now I can give it the IP address or fully qualified domain name of my EC2 instance that I want to have pretend to be a command and control server that I can detect this stuff with. Again, real simple, easy. It's amazing what you can do with some simple bash scripting. Bill's working on a course around doing bash scripts. I highly recommend going through that once he gets that done, because you can do some really cool stuff like this. Did I include that in this? No, I didn't. Okay. All right, so I didn't include that. But here's what that script looks like. Oh, that's right. I do this in the advanced class. I thought I did that here, but I do this in the advanced class. So what does this script do? So when you're working with Zeke logs, it's not uncommon to want to cross-reference things across multiple log entries. So for example, I'm working with an IP address, and I may want to know, hey, what DNS lookup was performed that came back with this IP address, right? Or I might want to enter in a fully qualified domain name to see, did this get DNS queried? Is this part of the SNI information in a TLS session? So what this script does is it basically takes a variable, which can be an IP address or fully qualified domain name, and then it first searches the DNS information for it. Then it searches the HTTP information for it. And then it goes through and searches the SSL TLS information for it. So in this example here, I said FQ this IP address. It came back and said, oh, in the DNS information, someone queried anycast.fw.adsafeprotect.com. And that came back with this IP address. Actually, I take that back. They queried fw.adsafeprotect. This came back as a CNAME. This came back as the IP address. There wasn't any HTTP information associated with that, but there was TLS information associated with it, and it had a valid digital certificate associated with it. So I could type all this out every time I wanted to do this with the IP address I want at the end, but it's just a lot easier to say FQ space IP address, bang, tell me everything you know. FQ space fully qualified domain name, bang, tell me everything you know. And it allows me to go through and just search through these logs for this type of stuff easier. Again, if you're working at the command line, scripting a lot of this stuff is going to make your life so much simpler. And like I said, Bill's working on a training class around writing shell scripts. I highly recommend it, and I will probably like sneak in and hide in the background. Bill knows his stuff. So I've known Bill for, I'm going to say probably about 25 years now. I met Bill at a Linux install fest. So back when Linux was new and people were doing these little local events, hey, come on out and we'll help you get Linux installed on your laptop type of thing. That's how I met Bill. He was running one of those events. Bill knows his stuff when it comes to like bash scripting and scripts, to the point where I used to find it to be a point of pride when I could teach Bill anything at all about Linux. In fact, there was a while there, go back like 15 years ago, we were sharing an office together. I actually had a whiteboard where I wrote down what I got to teach Bill that he didn't already know about Linux, because usually most things he already knew. It was kind of funny because it happened again recently where I showed him some switches with the less command that he didn't already know about. And his response to me was, congratulations, Chris, that's number 6. And what he meant was, yes, in the 25 years I've known Bill, I've been able to teach him 6 things about Linux he didn't already know. So yeah, I would highly recommend taking this class. All right, let's go through and do a little bit of a guided walkthrough together. So these are going to take 2 different forms, right? So this section, we're going to start going hands-on. And what you do hands-on, whether you're just kind of following me or a lab, depends upon how it's labeled. Anything that's labeled as guided walkthrough means I'm going to do it on my screen, but it behooves you to do it on your screen as well and kind of follow along. I want to kind of, these are the baby steps, right? So when we were, 1.5 years old, we didn't just get up and run by ourselves. Mom and dad held our hand, or, we furniture walked or whatever. We had a guided attempt at being able to walk. And then once we, got the hang of it, bang, we're off on our own. So some of these will be guided walkthroughs. Some of these will be labs. And with the lab, I'm not going to guide you through it. I'm going to leave you to do it yourself. Now, the labs are always the same format. The first slide is going to be, this is the goal of the lab. This is the problem I want you to solve. This is what you need to figure out. And then the next slide after that will be hints. So if let's say you've done this before, let's say you sat in on the class, we did a couple of weeks ago, and you've already got a little bit of mileage on you with using this tool, just work with the lab page and see if you can't solve the problem. If you look at the lab and you say, okay, Chris, I think I understand what problem you're trying to solve, but honestly, I have no idea how I'd approach trying to solve this. That's what the hints are for. Go take a look at the hints. The hints aren't going to give you the answer. They're just going to kind of tell you, they're not going to tell you what degree angle you need to walk away at, but they're going to tell you, hey, you basically want to go north, or you basically want to go south. This is probably a good analogy to kind of use here. So I'll try to guide you in the right direction a little bit. If that doesn't work, go ahead and take a look at the answers and kind of work it backwards from there. So I've tried to kind of define the labs so that people who are, like Bill Stearns and been there, done this for many years, there's a challenge for them. Look at the lab slide only and try to go to town. But for the folks that are new, there's a challenge for you too. You can use the lab slide and the hint slide combined to figure out how to go about hitting after the problem. So which one you do will kind of depend on which format we're in at the time, and I'll make sure everybody's clear on what we're doing. Our login information, I put it here so you don't have to flip back through the slides to try and find it someplace else. And VM access, I talked about this. Talked about this way back in the beginning, where with VMware, there's going to be a 192.168 address that gets assigned that you can access directly. With VirtualBox, you can't. You got to set up port forwarding. I shared the link for that. And when I'm on my local system connecting to a port, it's going to look something kind of like this. Setting up port forwarding. There's a blog post that I shared out a link for. Maybe somebody could toss that in real quick. Lab 3 is on your own, correct? Yeah, I'll get to that one. You're getting ahead of me, dude. But there's a blog post I wrote up on how to go through and set this up, but I wanted to have screen caps in here so you kind of knew what it should look like. So let's start at the command line. So we are going to start here. So we're going to go through and we're going to work on just some basic navigation to start. And we're going to do this, we've got about 7 minutes, and then we're going to come up on our 20-minute break, and that's fine. But this will at least kind of get folks comfortable and pointed in the right direction before we actually start going through, take a break. And that way, if folks want to work on some of this, during the break, they can do that. But I want to make sure that we're actually, kind of all on the same page once we start getting into doing the actual labs. So let's start with some basic navigation. So to start, let's see, what am I working for here? Yeah, I got a little list here I want to pull up that just kind of has a list of what I want to go through just to make sure we kind of hit everything. Here we go. So when you first log in, you will be here. So your prompt should look something like this. If you want to know what directory you're in, you can just type in pwd, and that shows you the path statement to where we're currently located. So we're logged in as the user threat under the home directory. If I type ls, that's going to show me what directories are under this particular location. The one we're most interested in, this one right here, the one that's labeled labs. So I'm going to say cd space labs. Now, if I type ls, there's a lab 1, a lab 2, a lab 3. So lab 1, we're going to do a little bit together, but I'm going to mostly cut you loose to finish it up. Lab 2, you're going to go through and do on your own. And lab 3, yeah, we can kind of cover that together, or folks can take it home. It's kind of optional what you want to do with it at that point there. So so now I want to CD into the lab1 directory. And now if I type ls, here are my Zeke logs. So these are all of my Zeke logs here. We don't have time for me to go through what every single one of these logs are, but you can kind of get a handle if you kind of take a look at them. If I type in less, L-E-S-S, so that's less is more than more, is how a lot of people look at it. So less is equivalent to like the more command on the Windows side. I'm going to say less space dash capital S. That's going to help straighten out my columns a little bit. Dash X25. I'm going to allocate 25 spaces for each column, and that's just going to kind of help everything line up a little bit easier. And let's take a look at http.log. So I'm going to type in htt and then hit the tab key because I'm too lazy to type in p.log, and hitting the tab key will just do autocomplete for me. And again, follow along with this with me, please, just so everybody's comfortable and confident with this. So here's what my http.log file looks like. Now, what -s does for me, stay in that, don't exit out, stay in that screen. I want to show you what the -s is doing. Normally, if I just use the less command, everything gets line wrapped. See how hard this is to read? Right? Everything's line wrapped over. It's difficult to read. What -S says is I don't want a line wrap. Instead, make things go off the right-hand side of the screen. And if I want to get there, I'll just hit my right arrow key, and that will allow me to navigate over to the right, just like you see me doing here. So my con.log file collects generic information about every connection it sees. If it sees something that's an HTTP connection, it records additional information here that includes things like how deep into the structure did we go? What was the method used, right? The method used was the get command. What was the host string parameter that was used? It was this IP address. What was the URI string that was used? Oh, that's this set of values here. So everything gets recorded into that file. So when I'm working the command line, that's a quick, easy way to go in and kind of look at some of the files. We'll look at one more real quick. I'm going to take a look at the con.log file. So less space dash capital S space lowercase x25 space con.log. And now here are all my connections that took place. Notice some of these are IPv4 addresses. Some of these are IPv6. This works with both. Notice, well, wait a minute, Chris, where's the source port on IPv6? Oh, it's there. It just scrolled it off the right-hand side of the screen because the address is so long. It's bigger than the 25 spaces we allocated. So all the information is still there when you're working with IPv6. It's just, the formatting is different because the addresses are longer. Okay, so that's that. So next, that's kind of some general working at the command line. Next, we want to look at working with the AC Hunter interface and how do we connect to that? So that could be, this is what I would type in to get to it if I'm in the VM itself. So I'd say I want to connect to 127.0.0.1, which is the loopback interface. That's the local system, and that'll connect up just fine. If I'm working with VMware, I'm going to also say the loopback interface, but I'm going to say whatever port I map to, which if you followed what I gave you exactly, will be port 10,443. Once you do that, that should connect you to the interface. If you're working remotely and you've got VMware, it'll be whatever 192.168 address was assigned to your particular system. But you should see this. You should see your login screen. And once you do, threadedactivecountermeasures.com is the login name. Password is hunter2, the number 2 at the end. Click login, and then that should get you into the main. Well, first time you log in, it'll put you here, which is, asking you to pick what database you want to work with. And like I said, for now, use DNS C2. Let's do that here. So when I first log in, it's going to present the databases. Pick this one, DNS C2 J3 strobe, and select that one. And that'll get you in. Now, if it doesn't look like this, if you see something more like This, it's because of the screen size. If you're working inside of the VM, trying to use the Chrome browser that's on the VM, you may see something kind of like this. You need to expand the size of your of the display. And typically when you're in your VM, there's a view option up here. You can say view full screen, and that should help fix that. One of the nice things about using the remote browser, you don't run into that problem. But this gets you in. This gets you to the main interface. Like we said, systems here with the highest score, most likely to be compromised. Over on the right, we've got a breakdown of where those points are coming from. So if I was doing a real hunt, the highest score I have is 100. So I would probably start with the canary token events. What took place here? What were we seeing? You know, I'd go in and pay attention to that first. Once I've done that, I then may look and say, okay, what's the next highest set of points? Oh, beacon signal. What's that? Now, notice that there's two ways to get into my modules. I can click on the module name down at the bottom here. So I'm going to click on beacons. And notice when I do, I see all of my internal IP addresses. And these are sorted by score to begin with. And it's only displaying anything that's scored 50 or higher. If, however, I'm analyzing a system and I click over here on the right and go into the beacon screen this way, it automatically sets up a filter to only show me that source IP. So if I go into the module, the tool kind of assumes, oh, you're doing a generic hunt. You want to look at it a little bit of everything. If I click something to the right when I've got an IP assigned, it says, you're investigating this specific IP. We're going to create filters to make sure that's all you have to go in and take a look at. So you may notice that take place. Also notice down here on the bottom, we got these little squares that have popped up. This is just telling you, hey, there's data associated with this same source IP, any place you see a number. So there's one under strobes, there's nothing under proxy, there's nothing under web, there's one under threat intel, there's one under client signatures. You get the idea. All right, with that said, it's the top of the hour. So let's take a break. Oh, sorry about that. So let's take a break. The rest of this stuff here on the interface, we kind of talked about. You can take a skim through this, selecting the databases. I talked about the safe list stuff. I talked about how to create them. A lot of this we've already gone through. So when we come back, we'll be able to jump into, open the long connection module. Yeah, let's start there. We'll talk about that. Okay, so when we come back, we'll jump in from right here. All right, it's break time. I'm letting you go a little bit late. We're actually doing pretty good on the slide time. So let's go through and let's say this is supposed to be a 20-minute break. So let's say 25 minutes after the top of the hour is when we'll pick up and keep going from here. So I'll see everybody at 25 minutes after the top of the hour. Wanted a +1 Bill's comment about safe listing, where he's talking about, how to go about doing things. Whenever possible, you really want to make sure that you're whitelisting based on fully qualified domain name as much as possible. And the reason kind of gets into what Bill was talking about. So if I look at this one here, we said, cdn.onenote.net has a ton of different IP addresses that are associated with it. Well, if I safe list those IP addresses, I've effectively safe listed anything that goes through that CDN. Now, for one node, it's probably not a big deal, but what if it's something more public like Akamai? Well, now if I've safe listed Akamai CDN servers by IP address, if someone takes their command and control server and puts it behind Akamai, guess what you've done? You've said, oh, don't worry about that C2 channel. I don't consider that to be a big deal. And that, of course, would be bad. So if instead you safe list these, the vendors that are using Akamai by their fully qualified domain name, so like the Microsoft stuff, the Windows stuff, and so on. Now, when the attacker, who's not coming from Microsoft.com, not coming from Windows.com, uses those same CDN servers, you're still going to detect it. You're still going to see it. One of the things we've got on our list to kind of add as a feature is something that tries to keep track of, and it's harder than it sounds, where the CDNs are out on the internet. And if you try to safe list the IP address of a CDN, it will actually warn you, hey, this might not be a good idea, and this is why. But we don't have that feature built in there yet. So you got to make sure that, when you're doing your safe listing, like I said, whenever possible, do it based on the name. You're always going to have much better results doing it by the name. If you can't do it by name for some reason, like NTP, a lot of times with NTP, systems get programmed with the IP address to connect to, not the fully qualified domain name, so that NTP doesn't have to rely on DNS in order to work. Those you might have to do by IP address. Now, that does mean if someone compromises one of the, public NTP servers and uses it as a C2 server, you may have safe listed that, but that's an edge case, right? For someone to like compromise one of the pool.ntp servers and not go noticed that they're running a C2 server off of that box, that's really unlikely. I mean, is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? No. So that one I'd feel a lot more confident doing based on an IP. Cool. Any other questions you might have? Feel free to toss them in. Yeah, Bill makes the comment, this is why a human should be making choice about what's appropriate, what's not to. Yeah, because sometimes it depends, right? So I'll give you a great example. TeamViewer, do we safe list that or not? Well, it depends, right? It depends on whether, do we know TeamViewer is running on that server? Has it been sanctioned? If so, yes, we can safe list it. But what if it's not? That's remote control software. Do we want that running unfettered and unmonitored? Yeah, probably not. I'm reminded of a couple of different threat hunts I've done where, when we get contracted for a threat hunt, one of the, we've got a questionnaire that we go through with them. And that, we ask a bunch of questions to kind of help make sure we guide the threat hunt in the right direction. And, one of the questions are, do you have TeamViewer running on any of your servers? And I'm reminded of one particular threat hunt we did where we asked them that question and they said, yes, we have TeamViewer running on, these 2 or 3 servers or something like that. It was some small number. And then we went in, we did our hunt, and we found it running on like 14 different systems. So in that case, TeamViewer in 2 instances, good. TeamViewer in another 12 instances, bad. No one knew it was running there. In fact, one of the systems it was running on was a box that, so they had a specialized, it was just a hospital. They had a specialized database and they contracted a third-party company to manage that system. Well, it turns out the company was horribly incompetent and they not only fired them, they tried to sue them to get their money back. They were that bad. No one ever shut down the TeamViewer server that consulting company was using to get remote access to their network. Now, we didn't find any evidence it happened, but, had this been a different consulting company, they may have said, F you sued us and took money from us. We're going to come back in and we're going to trash your environment. And no one would have been the wiser. So in that case, it was, 2 instances of TeamViewer good, another 12 instances of TeamViewer bad, 1 instance of TeamViewer really bad, and this could have had horrible, horrible consequences that were involved with that. So yeah, to go back to Bill's comment about, a human needs to look these out. Yeah, business need is different for different environments. I'll give you another good example. So for most of us, letting your Windows system go out and talk to the Windows patching servers, perfectly fine, right? Safe list that out, no big deal. There are very secure environments where they do not let patches just come in and get applied to systems. They need to go to an intermediary server, and very smart people need to go through and review and test the code before it's allowed out after that. So in that case, system reaching out to a Windows patch server. Oh, that's a problem and it's misconfigured and that needs to be addressed. Whereas for most of us, going to a patching server, yeah, no big deal. So again, a human needs to be involved because the human is going to understand what's business appropriate and what's not. All right. With that said, let's kind of finish up this kind of hands-on walkthrough so we can kind of take it from there. One thing I wanted to go in and look at with you real quick was just the long connection module. So if you click on long connection on the bottom, you should see something kind of similar to this. So I talked about this screen for the most part already, but excuse me, we talked about the state. Now notice the state is always closed here. That's because we read it out of a PCAP file. Anytime Zeke processes the data out of a PCAP file, everything's assumed to be closed by the end of the connection. But if Zeke is reading live data and it's feeding in live data that it's seeing in real time off the network, some of these may show up as being in an open state. We get to see how many bytes of data got transferred through. That can be super helpful. If I have something that's moving a lot of data, that's something I may want to go in and pay attention to. I mentioned that view 1 is cumulative. So this could be one connection, this could be 1,000, we don't know. But if I go to view 2, these are now all individual sessions only. So you may see the data kind of shift around a little bit because of that. So these are definitely individual sessions once we look at it this way. I always look at cumulative time. How often have they been in contact with each other over 24 hours? That's the one that really matters to me. But if we look at view 2 and view 1, at least the top entries in this specific case here, they're pretty much the same. Would probably have to go into like page 2 to find stuff that's any different after that. But this is usually one of the first places that I go through and stop. Now, what we've been working with here is that DNS Cat2 JA3 data set. What if we want to bring in some of our own data? How would we go about doing that? Let me go through and show you that. And for this, we need to drop into the command line. So I want you to open the terminal within your VM or SSHN, whichever the case may be. Make sure you're in the lab1 directory like you see I am here. So home, threat, labs, lab1, that's where you want to be. And in this directory is a bunch of Zeke logs. Now I want to import these into AC Hunter so we can go through and we can do a review of this data. The command to do that is Rita space import. Well, wait a minute, Chris, we're using AC Hunter. Why are we using Rita? Rita actually is still in the back end. One of the decisions we made early on in development is that we'll use Rita for our back end, and AC Hunter will be just basically a different display for the Rita data. And the reason we did that is we didn't want Rita to fall out of sync with AC Hunter. Rita has always been our open source tool. It's the one we've made freely available to everybody. We didn't want Rita to be less capable than AC Hunter, the commercial tool. Now, it's a little less of an issue now that we have the community edition, but we're still going to maintain it this way anyway, because people may still want to continue to go ahead and use Rita. But I can use Rita to import this information. So I've typed in Rita space import. Now I need to tell Rita what to import. I could just say star, import everything. I tend to be a little bit more specific and just say star.log. All the log files in this local directory, it's okay to import any of those. See this one here? That's actually a binary file. Zeke will record the digital certificates for every connection it sees, and it'll store it in binary format. So you can use the OpenSSL tool to go in and view the full digital certificate anytime that you want to. Now, Rita's smart enough to know, oh, there's no information in here for me to parse, but it's got to look at the file first to figure that out. If I say star.log because it has a .pem extension to it, it's just going to automatically skip that. So I've got Rita space import. I'm telling it what to import, star.log. And then I'm going to have to identify, what do I want to name this database? Well, I'm going to keep this simple. We're in the lab1 directory, so I'm going to name it lab1, and that's it. Now I'm going to hit enter. Now notice it prompted me for a password. If you've ever used Rita before, you might be thinking, wait a minute, Rita doesn't normally prompt for a password. It doesn't. This is Rita that's part of the backend in AC Hunter. It's actually running in a Docker instance. So we need to go in and give it our password. So the password here is hunting, Hunting. And once I do that, we'll see Rita will go through and start processing the data. So here it's saying, hey, here's all the log files I found that I'm going to go through and start processing. Here's all the log files I found. And these are the ones I'm going to check to see, what's in here for data that I need to go through and parse. Then it goes in and does this. It looks to see, hey, that data set, lab 1, does that previously exist? Because if it does, I don't want to accidentally import the same data all over again. I want to make sure anything that gets imported in is actually new data only. Now, we just created this as a new data set. It didn't already exist. So that check went by like nothing. But if you're trying to import data into a database that's already there, you may notice it hang there for a while because it's going in and doing that sanity check. Then it goes in and it says, okay, out of all those log files I found, here are the ones that I'm going to go through and parse. Here's how long it took me to go through and parse them. Here's how many individual hosts I found. Here's the number of unique connection analyses I had to go through and do. There was no proxy data that was found. Well, that's kind of useful information because now I know I don't need to worry about anything in the proxy module. Here's how many SNI connections I found, exploded DNS. I mean, you can read. I don't have to keep reading every line off to you. You get the idea. But watching this will kind of give me a good sanity check on how much information is in here that I need to go in and work with. Once I go through and do that, now I can go in, let me minimize this a little bit, pull it off to the side. So now go back to your AC Hunter interface, right? Now what we want to do is we want to say, click on settings, and notice we've got a new database in here, lab 1. This is that database we went through and we just created. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, I want to process lab 1. Now, notice this one only has one source. So we can't use the score system to figure out what to go in and take a look at. We need to kind of use the modules at the bottom because we're going to go in and we're going to go through and evaluate these things. Where I want you to start is, I always start with proxy web because that's using the fully qualified domain name. That's always more accurate. So I may look at long connections first, and then I'll go to proxy web, and then I'll go to beacons, and I'll go through and kind of process them that way. For long connections, I want you to pay attention to anything that ran over 5 hours. So if it's 5 hours or longer, that's worth going in and paying attention to. And then for proxy beacons, I want you to look at anything where the persistency score is 80% or higher. Now these get color coded. So it's really dim. So you may or may not notice this, but everything in red, those are all my high scores. Once I get into orange, those are going to be into my 80th percentile. And then once I get to yellow and less, that's below 80. So if I look at the color codes over here, from orange up, I want to go through and I want to do an evaluation on those. So here's our first lab. In fact, let me see if I can't find the slide for that. Yeah, right here. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to that Beacon Web module, the one we were just looking at here. So click on Beacon Web. And the first 6 entries are scoring 80% or higher. And we talked about that. This one's at 70. Here and above is 80% or higher. So I always like to look at my 80% or higher. So I want you to just start at the top, work your way down. And I want you to just spend about 60 seconds on each to look at it and say, does this look suspicious or not? If you look at, let's say, the trace and you're not sure, don't forget, I can use this information up here. I can go in and I can use virus total or security trails or, some of these other tools to go in and assist with my investigation. So don't worry about deep dive stuff, like analyzing the protocol or anything like that. All I want you to do is look at these 6, figure out which one do you look at and say, yeah, I could safe list this. I feel confident in this one. And which ones do you look at and say, yeah, I'm not feeling confident in that. I need to find out more information. keep track of which one's which. I'm going to give you a little while to go through and do this lab. Any questions you might have, go ahead and throw those into the Discord channel. So I'm going to go on mute while you're doing this lab. I'll give you a little bit to work through it. So I see Jay mentioned that it's not showing, the lab one data set doesn't show up for him. So make sure that when you ran the reader import, number one, you got the command switches right. So this was Rita space import space star.logs space lab one. Make sure you're in the lab one directory. If you're up one directory level, if you're in labs, there's no data in there. So if you go in and run that, there's no data to import. That might be why you didn't get a database created. But if you're in the lab one directory, you should see output kind of similar to what I was showing here. Your numbers should kind of jive with what I'm showing here because we're processing the exact same data. If you see that, it should definitely show up as one of your possible databases. All right. Yeah, in case I was saying wrong syntax, Rita space import space star.log. One thing I would add to that, you need to name the database at the end. So Rita space, and he's got it now. Yep. Rita space import space star.log. Here, I will highlight it up here. That is the command to use to import the data. So if you did that while you're in the lab one directory, like you see here, you should be good. So if you take a look at this whole line, this first half tells you what directory you need to be in, lab one. The second half tells you what command to run. If you have all of those right, you should see what I had on the screen. All right, I'm going to go on mute while you folks work through this. So I saw a couple of folks said I only got 2 IP addresses for Beacon Web. Check this for me first. Go to your dashboard. I'm assuming this is probably going to be folks that were running VirtualBox or the generic OVA. This shouldn't be a problem with the VMware folks. Go to settings, go to safe list, take a look at this bottom button. See how mine's grayed out? If yours is not grayed out, if yours has a number up here, probably the number 5, click delete all, tell it, yes, I want to delete all my safe lists, and then go back and look at the data. My guess is if you're only seeing 2, there's been safe lists created already that are filtering out some of the other displays for you. All right, I'm going back on mute. So I see a question asking, should we safe list the ones we think should be safe listed in this lab? Yeah, if you're pretty certain it's something that's okay and you want to safe list it, go for it. I'm going to go through all of these with you. So if you want to wait until, I cover it and we can decide at that point whether we should safe list it or not, you can do that too. But whatever makes your life easier, go for it.
And Chris, I might just add in that if you're using thunt1 through thunt3.aihosted.com, please don't do that, because then you'll be hiding those records from other people who are also using that online instance. Just a contrast if somebody's using the shared instances.
Yep. Good point, Bill. Thank you for pointing that out. So Genie Vision was asking about, hey, I can access the web interface. I can't get SSH working. It may be that your SSH client, you're not telling it what target port to use. Let me give you an example. So if I go to this VM, here's how I specify what IP address I want to have it talk to. And I'm going to just throw this into Discord because it's kind of small to read on the screen. 127.0.0.1:10022. Because by default, SSH is going to try and connect to port 22. But we need to tell it, no, it's not on that port. It's on a different one. It's in if you follow the blog that I wrote or the slides that I had in here, I had you mapping it to port 10,022. So it may be that with SSH, you're just not telling it which port to connect to. You need to colon and then the port number for that. Try that one and see if that works for you. Yeah, someone's saying the gear icon disappeared. It could be a screen size issue where maybe you're zoomed in And that's why you can't see it off to the right, because it's not showing you enough of the screen real estate to see it over on the right-hand side. So that's why you might be running into that. It could be your VM is running out of RAM. If you tweaked it down from what I had it set at, that might be a possibility with it as well. Let's see. Sir DC is saying, yep, I'm able to SSH to port 22 directly. Cool. That's awesome. So you're getting in that way. That works. Let's see what else we got. I find I have to reload the page from time to time. Yeah, Charles, that kind of sounds like your system's run a little bit low on resources. It may be that I think I allocated 8 gigs of RAM for this, and it could be your system only has 8 gigs. So it's, frantically swapping and stuff like that. Again, yet another reason why cloud instances just make life easier sometimes. But, we'll work with what we got. What to do if it says connection refused? I have port forwarding enabled. So connection refused means it didn't perceive that port as being open. So either port forwarding is not configured. Oh, by the way, when you set up port forwarding, you can't do it while the VM is live and have it automatically take effect. You need to either shut the VM down and then do those settings, or if you do it while the VM's live, you got to reboot the VM. VirtualBox won't do that. Do the port forwarding live. It needs a reboot of the VM in order to get all of that to take place. So that may be something you're running into. Let's see. That's what I was doing. I was setting the port 10,022. So one of the things you can do is on your host system, do a netstat space -an, and you should be able to see that port open and listening. You should be able to see, it should tell you that TCP port, 10,022 is listening. If it doesn't tell you that, something's wrong with your port forwarding setup. Let's see if I can show you an example of that. So if I go into my Windows box and I say netstat -an, pump that through more, this is showing me what all my open ports are on my system. And if I scroll down, oh, that's right, tab doesn't work, Chris. Oh, I got a lot of open ports running. Come on, you can do it. 139. Grep on this box. Oh, I have find on this box. Okay, so let's pump it through. Find 1022. Oh, okay. All right, it's in there. So if you do the netstat command, you should be able to find it in there. I've got a lot of stuff running, so it's kind of hard to find. And I forget what the syntax is for find off the top of my head. So, but you should be able to see what ports are open and listening. You should find 10,022 is listed in the listening state. That'll tell you what's going on. Find STR. Okay, let's try that. See, this is why you ask in Discord, because like Phil and I said, we are not always the smartest people in the room. So I see a couple of people, Joe Hilliman, Ola Baba posted that in. Thank you. So yeah, they are smarter than us when it comes to this. So you can see the first line is the one that we're really interested in. So this is showing port 10,022 is open and listening. This means anybody can connect to it. And it's listed in the listening state. And these are 2 SSH sessions I have running with it at the time. So if you don't see that, something's wrong with your port forwarding setup, you might need to restart your VM. All right. With that said, let's go in and take a look at these because this is kind of the first lab we're doing on our own. So I don't want to like leave people hanging out there for too long. So let's go through and we were working in Beacon's Web. And let's just talk through this first one, right? So from like a threat hunting perspective, what is or isn't interesting about this one to me? So I mentioned the first thing, and oh, by the way, so here's a little Easter egg when it comes to AC Hunter. See the background screen? It's like a 3D wire framework. This gets generated based on the data that's in there. And if you know, and it's, it'll show up on all the screens. Right? It shows up on the main screen. If you know what you're looking for, and I'm not going to tell you what it is, you use the tool enough and you'll figure it out for yourself. This framework actually tells you if you have interesting things that are worth going in and taking a look at. You'll notice that if I go in here, let me load up a different data set real quick. It'll process that. And you'll notice that that framework then goes in and changes. And you'll notice the landscape changes. That landscape is actually a visual representation of what's actually inside of the data. It won't tell you which specific system has been compromised or anything like that, but it will go through and kind of give you an idea of what type of data is in there. Just a little Easter egg for folks. That's something we don't put in the help files or anything else. All right, so I mentioned the first thing I always go look at is the graph on the bottom. We can draw a flat line. That's persistence, right? So there's definitely connection persistency here. Over that 24 hours, there's 3,000 connections. That definitely makes this something worth going in and taking a look at. All right, the score is really high. 100% is a perfect score. So this is 0.3% off of a perfect score. So that's pretty damn close. I'm guessing this is the 0.3 right here. We had 1 hour where there weren't quite as many connections. We can see the time interval is pretty tight, right? Most of it's 27 seconds, 30 seconds, and we have one at 31, 33. So these are pretty tight together. There's one way out here. See if I can't mouse it over at 267 seconds. Not sure what happened there. Maybe there was a blip in the internet or something like that. But this looks like a pretty consistent beacon. If I come up here and look, now we're in Beacon's web. So this is trying to use application information to identify whether this is a beacon or not, which means this up here should be a fully qualified domain name. If I go to the next one, fully qualified domain name. The next one, fully qualified domain name. You get the idea. But this one and this one only, IP address. Oh, that's bad. Something's wrong. We're looking at an HTTP session. So this is the host parameter. The host parameter should identify a fully qualified domain name. Imagine I got a web server at a specific IP address, and there's actually 50 virtual servers running on it. And that system receives an inbound connection. How does it know which of the 50 virtual servers that it's running is the one that you were trying to talk to? Well, it uses this host parameter. But if it's set to an IP address, it's got no way to figure it out. So somebody's bending the rules here. This is my first clue that this may, well, not first clue, because this was clue 1, persistency. This was clue 2, 3,000 connections. Clue 3, that should be a fully qualified domain name. So that bugs me. All right, if I look at the user agent string, oh, hey, it's a Windows 7 system. Is it? Is it really? One of the things I can do is I can jump over to the client's signature module, this one down here. View 1 is HTTP. View 2 is HTTPS. So when I'm looking at HTTPS, what I'll be looking at is a hash of the SSL client hello that this system sent. When I'm looking at view 1, what I'm looking at is the user agent string. So if we look at now, if this was a normal network, I'd probably want to filter on just this source IP address. But since I know only this source IP address is in the data set, I don't have to bother creating a filter. Plus, I can see here that's all the same source IP. But if I look at what other user agents is it using? Well, it used Wicca agent when it was talking to adl.windows.com. It used that only once. Now, if I look that up, I can see that's a legitimate user agent string. If I look at these 3, they all identify as Windows 10, and they're talking to multiple servers as they do. But this one system that we connected to over 3,000 times, that's where we're saying we're a Windows 7 system. Oh, and by the way, we're running Java version 1.7. Oh yeah, it's not like that's out of date or anything. This is what we talked about before, right? Normally it's Windows 10, but in this one case, it's Windows 7. Oh, no, that does not sound right at all. So with this first one, there's definitely some things I'm kind of flagging into here that I'm thinking, yeah, no, this is worth going in and paying attention to. That's the type of an analysis I would go through and do on these screens. Let me hit the second one real quick before we go to break. So this one is array 506 prod.do.dsp.mp.microsoft.com. That matches the information that's on the digital certificate for that server. That's cool. Invalid certificate. Yes. Now, remember I talked about this. This is Microsoft signing their own certs. Linux doesn't view it as being legitimate because it doesn't have the root certificate in its key store. But Windows does have it in its key store because Microsoft shipped Windows out that way. So that's why this is looking like it's invalid. So normally this would be a red flag, but because I've done the homework and I will save you the effort, I will tell you this is just Microsoft being cheap. Because, hey, you know, that $50 might put them out of business. So it's an SSL connection going back to Microsoft. This is a known environment. Now I could click on that and I could jump into, let's say, virus total. Let's see, what does virus total know about this? Well, it knows it's clean. It's got some information here on what the digital certificate looks like, who's it registered to. It's also going through and giving some additional detailed information about that. So I don't see anything here. Creation date, 32 years ago. Cool. That's pretty old. So it's not like it's a new domain. So this one's probably okay. So for this one, I'd probably want to go in and I want to create a safe list entry for it. Now, what you'd find, so normally I would just safe list this, but since I've been here, done this before, I'm going to save us some work. And I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, enable wildcard matching at the prod level. Because Microsoft actually has a bunch of array 506s. And actually, there's a little clue in here for it. Look at the CN. The CN is star.prod.do.dsp, blah, 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 blah. In other words, this is a wildcard cert that they apply to every system. Because again, we talked about, you know, Microsoft, Mar and Pa shop, they got to cut dollars back wherever they can. So not only are they self-signing their certs, it would take too much engineering time to generate a unique cert for every server. So they just generated one generic cert that they can use all the time. So this is a wildcard cert. So that tells me that there's probably going to be an array, you know, 505, an array 507 and 508 and 509 and so on. So when I create my safe list, I'm going to enable wildcards. I'm going to do it at the prod level. I'd put a comment in as to why I'm safe listing this, who I am, and the date timestamp, and then I go in and add that safe list. Now, notice we had 6 before. As soon as I added that one safe list, we're down to 3. Well, that means there were actually other safe list entries in there that were array somethings that we just went through and we cleaned out. So we went from 6, we're now down to 3. One of them looks suspect. And with that said, let's take our break. Hey, so we're not starting up yet. We still got 4 minutes, but I saw a couple of people ask some really good questions. So I want to go through and kind of hit them. One was the question, does the cert check use the servers checks? Like if you modify the key store, or is that built into AC Hunter? Great question. Bill answered this, but it uses the certificate store built directly into Linux. So Linux keeps track of, you know, what it considers to be trusted root servers. So if you're a Windows environment and you want to have these not get flagged, what you could do is simply take this root certificate that Microsoft is using, import that into the root store on Linux, and now Linux will look at that as now being a valid system. So you could go through and do that. So it's not AC Hunter doing it. It's not even really Zeke doing it. It's more, you know, the certificate itself is actually in the Linux key store. Zeke is just referencing that key store to figure out which certificates are trustworthy and which ones are not. So that was a good question.
Hey, thank you, Chris. I appreciate that.
Oh, no worries, man. No worries.
Quick note to everybody using T-Hunt 1 through T-Hunt 3. Please do not add safe list entries because you are sharing those systems with lots of your fellow students. And if you do that, then your fellow students can't quite figure out why the data they're hoping to see doesn't show up. Thanks so much.
Yeah, we got to come up with a plan B.
Oh, yeah.
So people
We're
don't
working
bump
on it.
their heads against each other. So maybe like a hack me instance or something like that. We'll figure it out. Let's see what else we got in here. Wow, Bill's just really good at hitting a lot of these. Jackie B, it's better than seeing dead people. Yes, I would agree. It's better to only see local hosts than it is to see dead people. If you can't see the gear icon, you're probably on the wrong screen. Yeah, the gear icon only shows up on the dashboard. So if you take a look at the bottom, whatever module you're in at the time is going to be highlighted. So you can see here it's showing up in like a bright white. Well, that's assuming you're using the default theme. There's also a DaVinci theme you can choose to use, which brightens everything up. And now if you're in proxy web, it makes it darker rather than lighter. So it depends on what theme you're using at the time as to what you're going to say. But you'll notice, there's a contrast difference versus the other modules. That'll tell you what module you're in at the time. And yes, unless you're on the dashboard, you're not actually going to see, you're not going to see this gear icon. So we were on the proxy web screen. There's no gear icon over here. You got to go back to the dashboard for that. Thank you for all the folks that pointed that out. See lots of stuff about the shared instance. Yeah, we got to come up with a better one around that. I'm using VMware Shining Bat Signal for rescue. Yikes. Cool. I see Bill's been jumping in on a lot of these. So I think I'm in the wrong database selection. I only see localhost rolling proxy, DNS strobes. Is there a way to add the other? Yeah, Vallard, you may have missed that. So what we did is we went to the terminal, we went to the lab1 directory, and then we ran this command right here. So while we were in lab1, we ran Rita space import space star.log space lab1. And once we did that, it prompted us for a password. And then we saw it processing all these log files. Your numbers when you run that command should match mine as far as like host analysis, make sure it's our 111 systems. Unique, connection analysis, 110. If you see that, now you should be good. Now you can move off of the terminal, go back to the AC Hunter interface, go to the dashboard, bottom left-hand icon, go to settings, and lab1 should now show up for you. Highlight it like you see I did there, hit confirm. That'll go in and that'll load that data set. I got jump scared today more than in the movies. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I did that to my cat this morning. So my cat had to go in to see the vet. It had a checkup recently. Vet figured out they had gingivitis. So the cat needed to go in and get its teeth cleaned up today. And she's a smart cat. So like one of the things I had to start doing was her enclosure. I need to bring that out days in advance because as soon as she sees the enclosure, she knows vet and she'll hide. But after it's been out for like a day or two, she becomes used to it being part of the furniture and, we'll ignore it after that. And it makes it easier to scoop her up and toss it in there. Well, I brought her to the vet just a couple of days ago. So when she saw the enclosure hasn't gone away, she's been kind of nervous ever since. So she likes to sit in the bedroom and look out the window with the birds. And when she saw me come walking in, she's like, what are you in here for? You usually don't come in here this time of day. So I just kind of said hi to her and I pretended I'm going around the house opening up the windows to let in some fresh air, something she sees me do on a regular basis. So she saw me opening windows and decided, oh, okay, he's just opening the windows. That's no big deal. And I waited until I was opening the window right next to her and into the enclosure you go. Well, I got scolded for that one. So, you jumped. You should have seen my cat jump. All right. With that said, let's go through the rest of these. So our next one, so this is our first one. And we said, yeah, we're suspicious on this one. We're going to come back and revisit this one. We're going to need to kind of talk some more about that one. So we will definitely come back and hit that. But if we go to our second entry, this is tileservice.weather.microsoft.com. Well, most people have probably seen that before, right? Tile service is if you have tiles running on your Windows 10 or higher system, it goes off and, checks for updates on them. And one of them is the weather service. What's the weather in your area? So this is just Windows 10 systems going out to check to see, what's the weather so I can show that to my user on the screen. So that's one we can safely safe list. So I'm going to click the little filter icon. We shouldn't need a wildcard for this. Tileservice.weather.microsoft.com. Like we want to make, again, we want to make these as specific as we can when we can. So that should be fine. And I'm going to safe list that. And when I do, boom, that entry went away. Now this next entry is ctld.windowsupdate.com. So this is a Windows system going out to check to see, hey, are there any patches there that I need to be worried about? Again, this is a known issue. Now we don't have a digital certificate here because this is an HTTP session. So if we were really worried, we could go back to the DNS data and make sure that the host parameter matches the DNS data. But we should be fine with this one. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, yep, I'm going to create a safe list entry for that one as well. Apply that. And now we're down to 2. This one is below our 80 standpoint. This is Windows again. Yeah, if you're curious how often Microsoft calls home, this should be kind of highlighting some things for you, right? Because we're seeing all of these sessions, except for one so far, has just been Windows calling home. This one's below our 80, so I'm going to ignore that. If this was in the field and I saw this, I'm going to take the time and just create a safe list entry for it. Now, we had one disappear that I didn't review. That was another one of those array ones, right? We had array, I think it was 506. So we said there must have been another array. I think the other one was array 509. So when we wildcarded our safe list entry, array 509 was part of that wildcard. It automatically pulled that one off of the display as well. So now we're down to just this one. This is the only one that we've got going here so far. So this is the first thing that, this is the next one we'll want to go in and take a look at. So let's take a look at the slides and make sure I'm not missing anything here. Yeah, so we talked about this one. So we talked about lab 1, this first entry. I mentioned high beacon score, lots of connections, histograms flat. The Windows 7 agent, we called that out. The host string should be a fully qualified domain name, not an IP address. We mentioned that one. And we're going to circle back and talk about that one more. I talked about that. Let's see, second entry. Yeah, that was that array 506. Invalid certificate, but that's Microsoft creating their own certs to save money. We talked about that. Let's see what else we have here. The tile service, the array 509. Yeah, so that was 509 was the other one. CTLD, all Windows update. We talked about that. Oh, and we had an array 503. So we had 3 different array ones that showed up in there. So next lab, create safe list entries. So again, if you're on the online instances, don't do this. But I walked you through. So hopefully you were creating your safe list entries as I did. In which case, this should be what you're left with within the Beacon module, the Beacon web module. The one we're worried about and the one that had a low enough score that we said we're going to ignore that for now. So if you create your safe list correctly, you're okay. And the safe lists were pretty straightforward. Let's go in and take a look at those real quick. We had 1 that was a wildcard and 2 that were specific. So if you go in and view your safe list, so again, to kind of walk you through how I got there. So I went back to my dashboard. I went to the little gear icon for settings. I clicked on the word safe list over here on the left. And then I clicked view. This tells me how many I have. So this is telling me there's 3 total. So I know I have 3. So now I can click view edit to go take a look at those. And 1 was that wildcard one we created. The other 2 are the 2 specific ones. Now, if I figured out I did something wrong, click the little X and I can delete that one particular entry if I want to. If I have a ton of them in here, now with the community edition, you're limited to 50 safe lists. But with the enterprise edition, you can have an unlimited amount. So it may be possible that there's lots of stuff in here, and maybe I only want to look at the Microsoft.com ones. I can go in and I can actually do a search on that if I want to. So I have lots of different fields. I could search for like, oh, I only care about, safe list entries that were created for systems that are part of ASN number 8075. Only show me those. You can get that specific with this stuff if you want to. So this is just in here to kind of help me, if I have a lot of safe list entries, filter out stuff I don't care about so I can focus in on the ones that I want to say. So we're going to leave those 3 there for now. And that's our 3 safe list entries. So like I said, you should be able to kind of see all of those. Now, if you forgot how we created them, I gave you slides for these. So I went through and said, yeah, for this one, we created a wildcard that covers all the different arrays, Windows patch via delivery optimization. Here's who did it. Here's the time they did it. I know this seems a little OCD. It's worth it, because 6 months, 9 months from now, someone's going to look at this and say, why did that get safe listed? Well, now I know who did it and when. That may help me kind of run down what's going on here. Even better than what you see what's doing here, if you're using an internal ticket system like Jira, safe list should have to go through the ticket system. So now what I would do in my comments is I would put the Jira ticket number that caused this to get generated. So if you're doing like ISO 27001, or if you're doing any of the attestations that require you to like track any security changes that you go through and do, SOC 2 is another similar one that has the same type of requirements in it. You want to be using a ticket system like Jira. So I could put a Jira ticket number in here, and now I could have a full history as to, what caused this safe list to get created, what research was done to figure out that this was okay. I can have a lot more verbose information that was part of that. So that one entry removed 3. We did talk about that before. Here's what your safe list entries look like. Oh, the edge.skype one. We didn't run into that one yet. I'll come back to that. So here's our next lab. So our next lab is, let me blow that up so it's a little bit easier to read. So we went through Beacon's web. Now I want you to go through the long connections and look for things over 5 hours to see, is there anything there that you need to go through and pay attention to? So I'm going to give you some time to work through this one. As always, if you got any questions, just go ahead and throw that into the Discord channel, and then we'll go through and I'll give you a hand with that, but I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to work through this and then we'll talk about it. I'm going to go on mute while folks are doing the lab. So I see some questions around, hey, when can I do the safe listing? When can't I? If you're using the online instances, T-Hunt 1 through T-Hunt 3, please don't add the safe list, because that, other people are using the same instance at the same time as you, and that's just going to mess everything up. But if you're running a local VM, regardless of whether it's VMware, VirtualBox, that generic OVA, if it's local and you're using it and only you, go ahead and add those safe lists. That's perfectly fine. So it's only the shared online instance we want you to refrain from creating those safe list entries. Someone was asking, do we need to remove the safe list entries to do the long connection check? No, we don't. You can leave those in place. The ones we created are for things that we saw under the beacon screen. We're probably going to see different stuff under the long connection screen, so we don't need it there. Okay, let's talk this one through a little bit. So we wanted to work, we're still in the Lab 1 data set. We wanted to go to the long connections module, and we wanted to evaluate any connections that cumulative time was more than 5 hours. And we said, spend about 60 seconds on MAT at each, identify what looks suspect, what can potentially be safe listed. Cool. Let's kind of talk this one through. So I'm going to go to the long connection screen, and I've got 2 entries here. Now, we're filled up here. The duration threshold is set for 5 hours. If I drop that number down, we'll see a bunch of other stuff pop up. But we said we're only worried about 5 hours or longer, right? Why are we looking for 5 hours or longer? Because the primary thing that we're looking for here is command and control channels. Command and control channels are going to run persistently. They might run business hours. I've seen attackers do that. So the concept is at nighttime when the network's quiet, they're quiet. That way their traffic doesn't stick out. But when your office is busy, that's when they get busy. So usually you might, I have seen C2 that'll only run for about 7-8 hours a day, and that's it. So if we're checking 5 hours or longer, we'll still be able to go in and catch folks like that. So our first entry here, let's talk about this. So it's going to this IP address out on the internet. It's in DigitalOcean. We didn't see a fully qualified domain name associated with that. And we see connections going to TCP port 9200, and it didn't understand the application layer that's associated with that. Now, here's the challenge. This connection was running for 24 hours. Remember, we're working with 24-hour windows. So let's say this connection started 40 hours ago, right? That's when the connection was first established. Well, 40 hours ago was yesterday. The initial connection and any DNS queries was in yesterday's data, not today's. So we don't have that information available to be able to see it here. Now, with that said, we are currently queuing a version that'll retain this information for longer periods of time so that when you review long connections like this, you'll actually still be able to see that data. But with this particular release that's out right now, it's only working in 24-hour blocks, so we're not seeing it. So where I'm going with that is because the connection started more than 24 hours ago, there might have been a fully qualified domain name queried. We'd have to go back into yesterday's data to see, or maybe the day before that or the day before that. It might have understood what protocol was being used on that port. But again, it happened a couple of days ago, so we don't have the benefit of seeing that within this particular data set. We should have seen this as TLS because there's TLS headers that are associated with communications on that port. But for now, yeah, we don't know what was queried. We don't know why they ended up at this IP. Yeah, okay. So let's click the IP address and let's go to VirusTotal and let's see what VirusTotal can tell us about this system. Well, it's telling us that this system is demo1.ahhosted.com. It's also been known as PySensor blah blah blah.ahhosted.com. Okay, what's ahhosted.com? Is that a legitimate business partner? If it was me, what I would do is, again, spin up a virtual desktop in Amazon. Let's pretend that's this screen here and go to www.aihhosted.com. What did I do wrong, Bill? aihhosted.com. Yeah.
ED, HOSTED.
Oh, yeah. Oh, spelling matters.
Yeah,
Since when,
it's a detail.
since when does spelling matter with the internet? Jeez. Thanks,
That's
dude.
what Google's for.
Yeah. Yeah. Google, just fix it for me. What's the problem? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, dude. So I went to www.aihhosted.com. That redirected me to activecountermeasures.com. Okay. What's this thing? Oh, it's this AC Hunter thing. Okay. This looks like a security tool. Okay. Let me go talk to the security team, or let me go talk to the purchasing department. Hey, do we pay Active Countermeasures money for something? Is there a PO that was filed for this organization? Who did it? That'll help me run down, is there a business need? If it was, okay. In other words, if there is a PO and we are paying them, okay, yeah, this is a legitimate business partner. If not, okay, now I got to go off and do some additional research. Now, again, I would never do this from the environment where I'm doing the hunt. I specifically mentioned, go to Amazon, spin up a virtual desktop, and from the browser there, now I'll go connect to that website. I could also go to the actual system itself, right? I could try that. So I could try going to demo1.ahhosted.com and see what happens when I try to connect to that to see things. But the website is probably going to give me even better information. So I can go through and do that. So for this first one, it kind of depends upon whether Active Countermeasures is a business partner or not. If they are, this one's okay, we can safe list it. If not, it's something we need to worry about. All right, let's take a look at this second one. So this second one also been running more than 24 hours, no fully qualified domain name, TCP 443. We expect to see SSL there to tell us this was an SSL TLS session, but we don't see it. But again, we didn't get to see the beginning of the session. So again, let's go to, I'm going to try Abuse IPDB this time, just to see what they have to tell us. And this says this IP was reported 5 times, confidence of abuse 0%. Okay, so they've done some research into the system, and they think the system's okay. So if I have some level of a trust in Abuse IPDB, I might decide this thing's okay as well. But it's part of Microsoft. And let's see, is it giving me, it's not telling me what the fully qualified domain name was. It is showing me some of the reports that were listed. And they're all bogus. I think people see stuff, and if they don't understand it, they assume it's evil. You can't do that. You've got to, you need proof. It's kind of like, being a juror on a court case and saying, oh yeah, I'm a great juror because I can tell, guilty of people just like that. Just by looking at them, I know whether they're guilty or not. I'm a great juror. No, you're not. You got to listen to the evidence. You've got to, make a fair assumption. And I think these folks are not actually doing that. Let's see what Virus Total tells us about us. So Virus Total is telling us that, this is part of Microsoft's 8075 block. Now, back in the day, meaning more than 2 years ago, Microsoft maintained that if you were seeing a system, if one of your systems was in constant communication with the host that was part of autonomous system number 8075, that was Microsoft's back-end network that they maintained, that they secured. So you could feel warm and fuzzy that there's probably nothing wrong with this connection that you're looking at. And that was true up until about 2 years ago. And then a very crafty person, who I will not mention, figured out, because if I tell you, you're going to go bug them to find out how they did it. And we don't want to make this public information yet. But they figured out how to spin up virtual machines in Azure and do it in a way that will come up as part of, you guessed it, 8075. So if you blindly trust everything going to that autonomous system number, they can set up a command and control channel within that autonomous system number. And this happened because Microsoft used to maintain this stuff in a data center, and they've been migrating it into the Azure cloud. They want to eat their own dog food. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Except they've kind of crossed that line between what they manage and is theirs and what customers can pay a couple of bucks for and get access to. So 8075 is no longer considered a trusted ASN. And quite honestly, that whole concept has always kind of bugged me anyway, because ASNs are huge. There are many, 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 many different subnets combined. So you're basically saying, yeah, I'm trusting these tens, possibly 100,000s of systems all at the same time, no problem. And that's a little bit too general for me. But they're showing that, this has been part of Azure.cloud. It's been part of trafficmanager.net, Windows. All of these are Microsoft properties. The one that it's not is this one. This is DNS.net, but look at the name. The full qualified domain name has windows.com in it, which means it's on Akamai, but it's because Windows was their, Microsoft was their customer. So this has consistently been a system running out of Windows. So the second one, I'd have no problem going in and creating a safe list entry for that. The first one, if Active Countermeasure turns out to be a partner, yes, we can safe list it. If it turns out they're not, I need to go in and I need to do some additional investigation work. So to kind of sanity check, and there's nothing under threat intel. If I go look under DNS, there's nothing under DNS that's really interesting. If I drop that down to 0, we queried 24 unique resource records within Microsoft.com. Yeah, that's not much, right? That's perfectly fine. So there's no DNS stuff to worry about, no threat intel. The 2 long connections, let's assume both of those are okay. So that just leaves us with this one that looks kind of interesting. Now, remember we said active passive line. We don't want to cross that. Is there anything else we could do to try and figure out what's going on? I'll give you a hint. I wonder what's in these raw Zeke logs. And is there anything in these raw Zeke logs that could potentially be helpful to us as part of trying to learn more about what was going on with these sessions? My guess is, yeah, maybe there is. So let's see. I can close that one. And then we'll do the slideshow. Let's just make sure I didn't miss anything here. So yeah, no FQDN because it's over 24 hours. I talked about that. And like I said, we have a new version that fixes that problem that is imminently coming out over the next couple of weeks. We mentioned AIS hosted. That maps back to activecountermeasures.com. As long as we're doing business with them, we're okay. We mentioned the second one as part of Microsoft, so that one's definitely okay. So we could certainly safe list the second one, probably the first one as well. So to kind of sanity check where we're at, we have one suspicious beacon. The other 5 beacons were okay. We're going to assume the long cons are okay. So we want to go in a little bit deeper on this one. Now I realized I picked wrong. I picked poor wording here because I said deep dive on the beacon, and there's a module called deep dive within AC Hunter, and you could go look in that and see if that's helpful to you or not. But what I actually meant was, now that we're getting into a deep protocol analysis, we probably want to go back to the raw Zeke logs to see if we can't figure out what's going on. So for the folks that are using the online instances, T-Hunt1 through T-Hunt3, you're not going to be able to do this part of the lab. So you'll have to kind of hang out. You can just kind of watch when we go through and we cover it. That should be fine. But for the folks that are running a local VM, go into those logs and start poking around. Now I'm going to give you a couple of clues to kind of work with here. In other words, I want to give you for the folks that really haven't done much of this before, I want to give you something to kind of work with. So for example, here are all my log files. Anytime I want to pull out specific sections of a log file, I cat the log file. So let's look at DNS.log. That's a good one to start with. So I'm going to say cat DNS.log. Now, if all I do is cat it, all this information scrolls by on the screen. That's not very helpful. So I want to try and filter it down a little bit. So what do I want to look at first? Well, the first thing I might want to go in and say is, hey, I know AC Hunter said it couldn't tell me what the DNS information was for that IP, but I want to go back to the raw Zeke logs, and I'd want to just kind of verify that just to make sure. So I'm going to say Zeke cut, and I'm going to say, show me. Oh, actually, let me show you this real quick. So how do I know what to cut? How do I know what my fields are? Well, my fields are along the top here, right? So id.org_h, that's my source IP address. id.org_p, that's my source port. This is destination IP, destination port. This is the protocol being used. One of the interesting things in the DNS log file is query, what did the user try and look up, and answers, which is probably over here to the right more. Yes, right here. Because that tells me what are people asking about and what answers they're getting back. So if I go back here and say cat DNS.log, and then pipe that through Zeke cut, and I'm just going to say query. Spelling matters, Chris. query, what were questions were people asking, and then I'm going to say answers. What were the answers they were getting back? And I'm just going to hit enter. Boom. So the user asked this, they got back that. The user asked this, they got back that. The user asked this, they got back that, all the way through. The user asked for array 509 is one we looked at earlier, and here's the IP address they got back. Well, all that's well and good, but I don't care about all that, right? I only care about this one IP address that I'm investigating. So I might want to use grep to say, only show me, what was that IP? 104, it was a repetitive pattern, 248, 234, 238, if I remember correctly. Let's try it. And yeah, nothing came back. Now, that tells me no one did a lookup that resulted in that IP address. You know, AC Hunter told us that. Now I know for sure. Now, if I want to see what kind of connections were taking place, I could go in and I could say cat. Now, let's say the Zeke cut throws you off a little bit. I could say cat con.log, pipe that through, and I'm going to get lazy and just copy paste that IP address. And then I'm going to pump that through less. Here's all the entries in my con.log that have anything to do with that IP address. If I wanted to format this and make it a little bit prettier, less space dash capital S. Here's all my timestamps. Here's the unique ID number that Zeke tracks for that connection, source IP, source port, destination IP, destination port. And you can see as I hit the page down key, it's this external IP and this external IP address only. So I want you to poke around and see if you can't figure out, is there anything in the protocol here that might be helpful to kind of figure out what's actually going on here? All right, I'm going to give you some time to go through this. This will probably get us all the way up to the top of the hour. And then when we come back from break, we'll cover it, but I'm going to stick around for now just in case there's any questions. Let me just check the channel real quick. Is PySensor a nice box or a bad box? Yeah, Bill saying, ironically, that box is sitting 6 out. Yeah, I think that was a DNS record change that was supposed to point at something else, and then it got changed back, and they just happened to kind of pick it up in that time, so that's fine. How exactly do I add a pipe symbol on a UK keyboard layout? That I don't know for certain. On my keyboard, this is the character that's the primary character for that key. So if I hit shift in that character, that's what is going to give me the pipe like that. The keyboard layout you're using might be different, but that's the one that kind of works on this end. Copy paste from Discord if you have to. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea too. You could go through and do that. So here I will copy this command and I will paste it. And now you've got the pipe character in there. It's sitting right in Discord for you. And a bunch of other people went through and did it too. So that's cool. The time showing is epoch time. Yes, it is. It is the number of ticks since, what is it, January 1st, 1970, or whenever the day was that, you know, Unix came into being.
That's correct.
Cool. All right, I'm going to go on mute, give folks a little bit of time to work through this one. Actually, Catnip had a question. What's the difference between view 1 and view 2? So it depends on which module you're talking about. The views are different in different modules. So for example, if we're talking about Beacon Web or Beacon, view 1 is showing me how often did I see a certain time delta between these 3,000 connections that took place. If I go to view 2, this is showing me how often did one of those 3,000 plus connections transfer a specified amount of data. So this bar is telling me that 2,856 times, 689 bytes were transferred. This little bar is telling me 108 times, 724 bytes of data was transferred. So view 1 is breaking down time information for me. View 2 is breaking down session size information for me. And we mentioned with session size, this can give me an idea as to whether the C2 channel has been activated. And if it's been activated, how much data has actually been moved out of the environment. All right, I'm going to give you some more time to go through and work on this one. Oh, I see somebody asking about exiting. So cat, you shouldn't have to exit. Cat will just spew out data and then stop. The less command, you may need to exit. So if I run, come on, Chris, grab the terminal, you can do it. Dragging the mouse, it's not that hard. So if I go in and I run this command where it's got less space dash capital S at the top, I end up here. See, I've got a little colon down there. There's my command prompt there. What's kind of cool about the colon is I can actually hit backslash and I can search for things. So if there was, let's say a specific IP address I wanted to search for in this output, I could hit backslash and then type in the IP address and search for it, and it would jump right to that line in the file. But if I want to quit, Control C works, but the other thing you can do is you can hit the letter Q. And if I hit Q, boom, that'll bring me right back to the command prompt. Just didn't want anybody getting stuck. All right, I'll give you a little bit more time here. Yeah, and Bill corrected me, and rightfully so. He said that what I meant to say was / instead of backslash. / backslash, they're the same thing anyway, right? Don't they do the same thing? No, they don't.
Hardly a difference.
Yes, hardly a difference. Thank you, Bill. So someone was asking about, oh, I removed them from the screen. Let's see, which ones were you talking about? I think you were talking about this command right here. So I'll put that back up for you. I'll leave it there. That was the command I was using to go through con.log. And if you want to check another log, you can type in ls. I could also just grep all the files to see which ones have that IP address in it. That would be another way I could go through and do it too. But someone was asking about, hey, is there a way to kind of print it out with column titles? And actually you can, if I'm using Zeke cut. So if I cat something through Zeke cut and I say, let's say I'm going to cat con.log and I'm going to say Zeke cut. I'm going to just keep this simple. id.rig underscore h, id.resp underscore h, id.resp underscore port for port. And yeah, we'll just kind of leave it at that. And then I'm just going to pipe it through head-5 to show 5 lines worth of output. And there's what it looks like. Now you look at that and, if I've got a lot of data, it might be hard to kind of figure out what's going on with all that. If I say Zeke cut dash lowercase m, that gives me my titles right at the top. If I go in and I say dash capital M, oh, okay, it doesn't show it here because this was only one line, but some of those have a 2-line description to them. It'll print out both of the lines. So if you want column headers in the CSV output, that's one way you can go about doing that. Cool. And with that said is the top of the hour. So let's go in, let's take our 10-minute break. And when we come back, we'll go through and we'll start poking around in this file. So I'm going to go on mute for the next 10 minutes. Hey, so I saw a comment about, field names. If you just look at the file, right? So con.log. And actually, let me -s this. So it wraps off the end of the screen, -x25. That adds a little bit more space for each column. And then I do that with the con.log file. Here are my titles across the top. So if I'm not sure what command to use, I can go into that file. I can find what's the name of the column? And it's only the top line you need to worry about, not the bottom line. But that's what's going to go through and show me. So if I wanted to print out like, is it TCP or UDP, I need to come in here and find that and then figure out, oh yeah, that maps to the protocol line. Okay. So proto is what I would use to print out whether it's TCP or UDP. So that'll go through and that will do that.
Hey, Chris.
Yo.
Hey, I just wanted to send a welcome to I think 11 students from University of Alabama in Huntsville for giving up their Saturday to take part in this class.
Oh, that's awesome.
One of the instructors down there set up a conference room where I think we have a number of students taking part. So we're really glad to see you here. Thank you very much for giving up your Saturday.
Yeah, and hey, Shelby, see if you can't figure out a way to connect with them. Because what happens a lot of times is the professor will go in and they will register for the class. And then when we issue a certificate, it goes to the professor. Well, if there's 10, 11 other people in the room, they don't get a certificate. It'd be nice if we could kind of fix that. So if there's anything we can do to the students to give them a certificate for sitting through the class as well, that would be awesome.
Yep. Shelby, I'll get in touch with you in just a second.
Perfect. Cool. So let's get back to it. So I'm going to keep this simple. I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, I want to grab this IP address that we're investigating at a con.log. And then I'll just pipe that through less space dash capital S to format it on the screen. So all I'm doing is I'm searching con.log to look for this IP address. And let me just take a look at the header information for the connection to see what was actually going on in that connection. So if I look at this, I can see here's my source IP, here's my source port, here's that destination IP address that I was just filtering on. The destination port is 80. That could be HTTP traffic. So let's go take a look. Oh yeah, look, it is all HTTP traffic. Well, that tells me I should be able to find this in the http.log file as well. So I'm going to hit my up arrow. I'm going to change con.log to be http.log. And now let's go check out and see what's associated with that IP address in that file. I'm going to hit enter. Here's my timestamps. See these numbers? This is a unique ID number. Every one of these will map back to the same unique ID number in con.log. So I can see exactly which of these connections went, for every entry in con.log, what's the matching information to it that's in http.log. Think relational database, and this is my index, and you'll get the idea. So we've got GET requests taking place. So we're trying to get, so the client system was trying to get data off of that remote server. And this is the host parameter. We flagged this one before. We said that this should, excuse me, this should be a fully qualified domain name, and it's not, it's an IP address. So this is somebody, this is not a browser doing this. Somebody's using a tool to kind of formulate these requests. Okay. Next, this is the URI that they were requesting. Look at this thing. It is freaking huge, right? That's a long URI. Now, if we go to the end of the URI, we look at the very end, notice there's no file extension. What that implies is that this might be a directory, and we're just trying to access the index.html file in that directory. Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? Would you give this big, long name to a directory? No, I wouldn't. I'm guessing you wouldn't either. So that looks a little suspicious to me. They're using HTML version 1.1. That's fine. Here's the user agent string. We already called that out because it's running Windows 7, and we probably, hopefully don't have Windows 7 running in our environment. I'm not going to make an assumption that the government site. Never mind. So that's one. 200 OK tells us that this very long, weird request URI we saw requested, the server said, yep, I can service that, no problem. So the server's not rejecting it like it's something it doesn't understand. The server understands it. So that's kind of interesting. And then notice this very last field here. This is the server MIME type. This is the server's way of telling us how to interpret the data that's coming back. Like it might come back and say, oh, that's HTML data. Oh, okay, now I know I need to process this as HTML. Or it might come back as like application/PHP. Okay, now we know that's a PHP script that needs to get processed. And the server doesn't bother identifying this, which is not unheard of, but it is kind of uncommon. So the one thing that's really kind of catching me here is one is this user agent string, but especially is this really long URI. Now, one of the things I'm kind of curious about is, did they request that same URI every time? Now, I could page down, and hope to maybe see a difference if it occurs, but oh, there's a lot of data there, and hey, matching patterns, that's what computers are designed for, right? So let's change up our request here a little bit. I'm going to say cat http.log. I'm going to pipe that through Zeke. And now I want to go in and pull out a couple of different fields. I want to pull out the destination IP address, id.resp_h. I want that because I'm going to grep this IP address to make sure I only match on these sessions. And I need to print out the destination IP address in order to be able to match on that. What else do I want to see? I want to see the URI because that looked weird, and the user agent string. Now, anytime I go in and write a command like this, a lot of times I will just pump it through head just to see, okay, is this going to do what I want? Let's do this. I'm going to say, I thought it was the URL field instead of URI, and I'll pump that through head. Well, when I pump it through head, I can see I got the destination IP. I can see I got the user agent string, but I didn't get anything in the middle here. Oh, yeah, that's not URL. It's supposed to be URI. Let me change that. Okay, now it looks like it's working okay. So I always kind of like to sanity check the stuff that I'm going through and doing that way. That way I don't get too far down the rabbit hole and figure out, oops, I made a big goofy. All right. But this is showing us everything. So next, what I want to do is I want to go through and I want to grep just for that IP address. That way we know it's only going to be this one that we're actually going in and doing any matches against. So I'm going to be lazy. I'm just going to copy paste. And now I'm going to pump it through head again just to see a couple of lines of output. Okay, everything's working. I'm seeing just that one IP. Life looks good so far. So now what I want to do with it? Well, I want to know, is this changing up that URI at all? So I'm going to say sort so that anytime the IP and the URI and the user agent string all match, they're one line after another. And then I'm going to say unique-C. What does unique C do? Unique C is going to go through and print out just one instance of each time all of those things are the same. If I just say unique, let me get some white space in here. If I just say unique, notice what it did. It went in and it showed me, yeah, this is the only pattern that shows up in all the lines. In other words, the URI is never changing. But maybe it did, let's assume it did. Let's say there was actually a couple of URIs in there, and I want to know how many instances of each there were. I would say unique-C. That tells the unique command, count the number of instances. Put some white space in. And this is saying there were 3,011 lines where this was the destination IP, this was the full URI, and then this was the user agent string. Well, we know there was 311 connections total. So every single one of them uses the same agent string over and over again, the same URI over and over again. Now, if there were multiple matches, one of the things I could do is I could just say sort-rn. And what that would do is that would say, look at this first value as a numeric value, sort it highest to lowest. And now if I had, let's say, 5 matches, it would sort them by the number of times they matched. But I only got one here. So we're asking for the same URI over and over and over again. That's suspicious. That's really suspicious. So what would I do next? The next thing I tend to do is I look at what's unique about this session that maybe Google can give me some help. In other words, what might I be able to go through and leverage Google to go through and help me find out what's going on? Well, this string is certainly unique, right? That's a really long string. My chances of having Google help me out with that aren't going to work too well. I could use the user agent string, but that might not be unique. That might actually be a legitimate user agent. It wasn't that the user agent looked wrong. It was the fact that it's identifying itself as a Windows 7 system. And we said, that's just too old. We shouldn't be seeing that, especially coming out of our environment. That should not be happening. And when we were in AC Hunter, we saw it identified itself as a Windows 10 system most of the time. So searching on that probably isn't going to help. If I look at this string here, what looks like that subdirectory, that's unique, but it's also relatively short. So I'd probably go in and start Googling on that. And if you Google that, you'll find out that that string of characters is associated with the, I think it's the Fiesta EK malware kit, if I remember correctly. Let's pull that aside. Let's take a look at the slides and let's see if Chris remembered right, or am I having a senior moment? Oh yeah, and this was some of the things. Yeah, we went through and we did this before. We went and we looked at, yeah, it looks like we got a heartbeat here. We've got some potential activation, but the biggest data transfer size is still relatively small. It's in like the 1300 byte range, so that's not too bad. Let's see what else. Yeah, Fiesta EK. So that looks like, yeah, we got Fiesta EK running on one system. Everything else we were able to go through and do a safe list. Now, one thing to kind of keep in mind, there's actually a lot of connections in this file. Let's see, how many unique connections did we have? VI is good for that. So if I say vi con.log, it summarizes and tells me I saw, let's call it 14,240 connections taking place. So we had 14,200 plus connections. Only one of them was interesting. We ran this down relatively quickly. Now, it took us a while because I'm kind of hand-holding you as you go through it. But without the hand-holding, if we just kind of jumped in and did it, especially now that we have safe lists in place, I mean, imagine we're starting this for the first time, right? Imagine we're just going to go in, we just imported the data, we're going to go in and do a hunt. What would that look like at this point here? Well, let's see. I would go here and I would see, oh, hey, there's a strong beacon score. Let me look at that. Oh, hey, there's one beacon sticking out that looked really bad. Oh, hey, host information. Oh, Windows 7. Oh, wait, that looks like, beacon with activation. Let's jump into the data. 10, 15 minutes. But there's like 14,000 connections. One of the biggest strengths of AC Hunter is its ability to go through and say, ignore all this other stuff on your network. This is the piece you got to go in and you got to pay attention to. Cool. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go in and we're going to import lab 2. So this, you should be able to go through and do it on your own now. I'm going to let you go through and give this one a run. But I gave you the command right here. So Rita space import space star.log lab 2. And I want you to go in and give that one a run. Now, when you import it, navigate in AC Hunter, select that data set. I'm going to give you one hint. Look at the whole dashboard screen, not necessarily just what's off to the right. Okay, I'm going to leave you with that. I'm going to give you some time to go through this one. Any questions, concerns, just go ahead and throw them into Discord. How do we get to lab 2 for the cloud version? So for lab 2 for the cloud version, there should be a lab 2 database there unless somebody decided to be sad and decided to nuke it on everybody, in which case Bill will fix it. But once it's imported, it's just a matter of going to gear icon, databases, selecting lab 2, and then just go ahead and load it up that way. And Agnostic Wobble is coming up with some weird errors. I was gonna let you do this, but let me kind of follow along just to make sure that this is actually working right for you. So I'm going to my lab 2 directory. Now, look what we have for log files. So con.log is my default log file. Every session it sees, it creates a log entry for it in there. Packetfilter.log, this is where it defines what filters was Zeke told to use when it imported this data. Imagine I've got a ton of traffic going by and I want to ignore broadcast because I don't care about them anyway and I want to try and pick up some performance. I may create a packet filter, a BP filter, to say, don't show me anything that's just going to the broadcast address or a multicast address or something like that. Well, 3 months from now, how do I know that there was a filter in place? Well, because when the filter was created, it will go through and create this file, packet_filter, and any filters that were there, it will go through and record them. Now it says IP or not IP. In other words, yeah, that is the question, right? To IP or not to IP? That is the question. No, that just means all traffic. There's no filter in play. So we've got that. Weird.log is just where Zeke throws things that it doesn't know what else to do with it. It's like, yeah, I don't know what to make of this, so I'm going to throw it into weird for you. And then the only other log we have is DNS.log. So when we get into reviewing information, keep this in the back of your head. You know, in other words, the Beacon web module. The Beacon web module looks at HTTP and HTTP traffic. Well, I don't see an HTTP.log file. I don't see an SSL.log file. So there might not be much in that module to go through and look at. But somebody was saying they were having Rita import problems. So I'm going to say Rita import, and I will actually spell it correctly, star.log. So I'm in the lab 2 directory while I'm running this. So I'm going to put it into the lab 2 data set. Hit enter. It wants a password that is hunting. Yeah, it's popping this up, but this is so it's actually processing the data. But notice it's also saying I didn't find any Yukon data. I didn't find any Beacon data. I didn't find any proxy data. But we saw that there weren't any log files associated with those types of connectivity anyway. So this is what I would refer to as a soft error, meaning, yeah, we shouldn't see this, but it's happening because of the limited amount of data we might have to work with here. So it's okay to ignore it in this particular case. All right, I'm going to give you a little bit of time to look at this one, and then we'll go through and we'll cover it. So someone mentioned, and it kind of scrolled by on me already, that the con.log looks like gibberish. Yeah, you're right. I'm not sure what happened there. It looks like maybe the file's corrupt. And I can confirm I'm seeing it too. So everybody's going to run into that. but that shouldn't stop you from being able to do this lab. In other words, we don't actually need con.log to go through and kind of see what's going on with this particular one. But it's definitely, you're right, that file is wrong. Something's broken. I'm going to have to go back and revisit that after this class.
Just a quick note about lab 2, Chris, that file that's in there as con.log is actually a gzip compressed file. So it's just misnamed. And if you change it back to con.log.gz, it is recognized as a Zeke log.
Oh, great catch, Bill. Thank you, dude.
And the other 3 are just plain text. So it's just con.log that's compressed.
Yes, I apologize about the con.log. As Bill said, it looks like it's gzipped. I think it's also, it might actually be a tarball, looking at it really quickly. So that might actually include a couple of files in it. But folks were talking about, hey, I'm not seeing anything. So when you load up lab 2, and a couple of folks caught this, no results found. And yeah, that kind of catches your eye and you're like, whoa, wait, something went wrong. Look up here on the left. Potential C2 over DNS case detected. So what AC Hunter is telling you is, hey, I didn't see any beacons. I didn't see any long connections. I didn't see anything like that you need to worry about. But you may want to go in and take a look at DNS. Well, here's our DNS module right here. So if I click on that, that's telling me that we did 2,074 unique resource. We queried 2,074 unique resources within the honestimnotevil.com domain. Well, first of all, it says honest, I'm not evil. So we know we can trust it, right? No one would lie in their domain name. So that's kind of flag number 1 right here, right? If we look at the utilization, we've got an internal IP address that we're doing all these queries. No one actually accessed any resources in that domain. So we looked up 2,074 unique resource records that no one needed access to. That sounds a little odd, right? Now, if I change my threshold, drop that to 0, that'll show me all the records that are here. So notice, like this one, I queried 21 unique resource records that are part of this here. Come on, highlight the whole thing. Well, I can at least highlight that much. 5DA0B7F90908BE408. Would you ever name your system that? No, of course not. And like the other one we looked at earlier, if I look at what characters do I see in all of these names, it's all numbers and it's all letters, but the letters never go any higher than F. This is hexadecimal. Somebody has taken a message, converted it from ASCII to hex, and then appended that to the domain name they're querying. If we took this hex and decoded it, we might actually get to see what's going on within these query sessions if we converted it back to ASCII. That's more of a forensics thing. That's a little bit high level for this class here, so I'm not going to put people through that. But if you know what you're doing and you know how to kind of convert things, that may be something you want to go in and kind of play around with. But you get the idea. Do these look like normal queries? Oh, absolutely not. All right, let me page down a couple pages. I have a lot of one-time queries that are for unique hex strings that are part of honestimnotevil.com. Well, we said this is clearly command and control, right? This is clearly I've got an internal compromised system. The command and control channel is over DNS queries. So these DNS queries I'm seeing going out to the internet, this is a compromised system. Now, let's kind of back up just a little bit here. Yeah, let's go to 100. That's fine. This is the system making those queries. Is that the compromised system? Maybe, maybe not, right? One of the things we need to think about was, where was Zeke recording this information? If Zeke was listening to the interface on our DNS server, then yes, that's going to be the IP address that's probably in a compromised state. But if we're set up like we talked about earlier, where we're listening to the internal interface of the firewall, and we're seeing all the traffic just before it goes out to the internet, this is probably my internal DNS resolver, which means it's not the compromised system. This is a system that's servicing connections for the compromised host. So how do I go in and run down which system is actually in a compromised state? Well, I could either, what I would do is I would go in and I would run ngrep on my DNS server, because that would be the easiest tool to install and get up and running. And I would tell ngrep, hey, ngrep, anytime you see a UDP53 packet that has honestimnotevil.com in it, grab that packet. And I'll see these queries going out to the internet, but I'll also see what host is sending it those queries first. Now I know which host is in a compromised state. Now I know, they're using some form of C2 over DNS server. So this one, I threw a curveball at you, and I did it on purpose because, we went through, all that other stuff, but this one kind of made you think a little bit, because you got here and you're like, wait, no results found. Oh, wait, there's this up here. Always pay attention to the bright orange. All right, let's see if I missed anything here. No, we talked about that. Yeah, we talked about changing the threshold to be able to see all the records. Looks like DNS. Yep, looks like DNS Cat2. So that was the tool that we were actually going in and analyzing here. So everything else looked normal except for the DNS stuff. All right. So let's move on to the last lab, which is lab 3. Now, I mentioned a lot of folks like to kind of drop now and come back and do this later, and you can do that if you want to, or we can go through and we can do this lab together. Whatever your comfort zone is. So in past classes, I used to make this a take-home lab. And what I got from feedback was I was too lost by the time I went back and tried to do this by myself. I would really appreciate, having one more lab that we do together before I try and, go off on my own to kind of do these things. And I'm going to give you some hints on how to go about, doing this yourself and, how do you practice this. But we'll talk about that once we get through this lab. So for the folks that are running a local VM, you're going to need to, again, import these log files. So I'm going to say cd .. lab3. So that tells the command line, I want to navigate up one directory and then go back down a directory to the lab3 directory. And when I do, here are my log files. So it looks like we're back to like we saw in the first one, where we've got a little bit of everything here. So now I need to import these log files. So I'm going to say Rita import start.log, and I'm going to name this lab3. And I'm just going to go ahead, copy, paste that into Discord so that people don't get sad when, people don't get sad when I move off of this screen a little bit later. You got it in Discord to fall back on. Now, notice it didn't prompt me for my password that time. It's because sudo will cache the credentials on the authentication for a specified period of time. It's usually like 5-10 minutes. It's a little different depending upon which operating system you're using. But if you run a sudo command again within that period of time, it just uses the cache credentials. It doesn't bother asking you for it again. If that time is expired, it's going to prompt you for your password. But as we go through and look, it's already 8 different hosts, 87 unique connections to play with. Looks like, there was no proxy beacon data. We did have beacon data. So there's definitely going to be a little bit in here we can go in and we can look at. So now what I want to do is I go back here. So now that I've imported it, I go back to my dashboard, button on the bottom left. That shows my settings up here in the upper right. I click that. Notice I now got a Lab 3 directory that I didn't have before, or a Lab 3 database that I didn't have before. I'm going to hit confirm. Bang, there's my data. So what I want you to do is go through and hunt this. Take a look for long connections, go through your beacon web, go through your beacons, see if there's anything in here that looks interesting to you. Identify what is suspicious, identify what you may potentially want to safe list. Go through, pull that information together. I'll give you a little bit to work through this, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about it together. All right, I'm going to go on mute while you work on this one. Do we need to delete our global filters? No, leave your safe lists in place because your safe lists minimize the amount of hunting you have to do. So imagine when we created this, it was Monday, and now we're looking at Tuesday's data. Well, we don't want to nuke these on Tuesday because that just is going to make them appear again. And now we got to go back and safe list them again. Why do it twice, right? So this is a list we want to continue to nurture and build because it's going to reduce the amount of time it takes me to do a threat hunt every single time. So definitely keep the safe list there. Everything is suspicious. Yeah, I guess that all depends on your perspective in life, right, Techie? All right, I'm going to give you a little bit to work through this one. Hey, so good question. This might be for the advanced class or even to unrelated, but what reaction do you generally have for JavaScript beaconing over HTTPS? Disreputable ad networks and plugins hurt my soul. Yeah, dude, you're not the only one. Me too. I do know folks that just go in and say, oh yeah, it's just ad safe listed. That's not me. The way I handle them is rather than create a safe list entry for them, I create a DNS sinkhole for them. So what a DNS sinkhole is you can go to your internal resolvers and you can say, so let's say you notice there's a domain ads.evil.com, right? And you know, people are checking and trying to pull down ads off of that all the time. You can go to your local DNS server and say, I am authoritative for evil.com. And if anybody tries to get to ads.evil.com, that is 127.0.0.1. Now what'll happen is when someone hits a page that triggers that JavaScript that then goes and tries to pull down ads, it's going to do a DNS lookup on ads.evil.com. And the local DNS server is going to say, oh, hey, I'm authoritative for that. That's at the loopback address. So your system will say, oh, okay, let me try connecting to 127.0.0.1. Oh, there's nothing listening on that port. Okay, we're done. And now you're not pulling down the ads anymore. So for stuff like that, like I said, I do know people who safe list it. They just don't care. And, you know, that's fine. You know, you do you, whatever works. For me personally, that just annoys the crap out of me. So I will go in and, you know, you can create a firewall rule if you want to. If you create a firewall rule, do not create it as a drop rule. In other words, let's say I figure out what IP addresses they use, and I'm going to create a firewall rule that says, hey, anybody going to these IPs, drop it. If you do that, the browser is still going to hang because it's going to try to connect out. The firewall quietly drops the connection, and now it just sits there and waits and waits and waits in case the server responds. If you use a reject rule in your firewall, now when you try to connect to that IP, your firewall is going to reject that connection. It will send something back to the host, like a TCP reset, like an ICMP admin prohibited message that says, sorry, you can't get there from here. You're not allowed to. In which case it will immediately say, oh, okay, I can't get to that. No problem. And it'll just keep going from there. It won't cause the system to hang. So you can do it as a firewall rule, but I like doing it in DNS just because that just makes sure, go ahead, change your IPs. I don't care. Move them around. Doesn't matter. I am still going to sinkhole you, damn it, because I'm tired of the ads. Let's see what else we got in here. Only has Soviet in his name because he started out stomping. Yeah, okay, whatever. Let's see. Someone's got to start. Yeah, you got to start. Definitely. Can all be friends? Yeah. So we really do try to keep this to be a somewhat inclusive. You know, let's move banter of that nature to someplace else. You know, a lot of times well, not a lot of times, but you know, in other forums, I've seen situations where people like to kind of jump on the folks that are learning, and you know, we don't allow that here because everybody starts learning somewhere. You know, we genetically haven't figured out how to transfer cybersecurity information to our offspring via DNA. So without that, everybody starts at ground zero learning, right? And just people are at different spots in their journey, and that's fine. So for, you know, that type of stuff, you know, if it's, you know, political or whatever, come on, we're talking security here. Let's just kind of keep everything on topic. And, you know, that's what Twitter's for, right? Twitter is there to, you know, argue about stuff like that, not so much this. Cool. So let's kind of talk through some of these a little bit. So I'm going to go to long connections first. And what do we see? Well, we see the two that we saw before, right? I didn't create a safe list entry for them. I probably should have. Had I created a safe list entry, I wouldn't even see them now. But since I didn't, they now show up. So both of these were ones that we said we could say safe list. This first one, this is the one going to ahhosted.net. And we said, yeah, okay, you know, as long as they're a business partner, that one's fine. This is the one going back to Microsoft as part of the patch stuff. We said, yep, that one's fine. So this bottom one definitely should have safe listed that. This one, it's optional, you know, depending upon how much we trust that organization. But I don't see anything in this screen that says, yeah, I need to go in and worry about that. DNS entries, I don't see anything that had 100 or more. So I know there's nothing here interesting. If I drop the threshold down to 0, I can see we queried 16 unique resource records within Microsoft. Yeah, okay, that's certainly nothing to worry about there. We got nothing under strobes, nothing under beacons. We go to proxy web. This first one looks interesting. Let me come back and cover that second, because that one's going to take a little bit more time. Let me go to this next one first. So this next one is self.events.data.microsoft.com. What's that about? Let's see. Brad, before we close out, would it be possible to briefly discuss how one might use a home lab? Perhaps all virtual, pfSense. Yeah, I'll definitely kind of touch on that. No problem, dude. In fact, we're going to be doing a webinar on that one in the not too distant future. So this is it's a HTTPS session. It's going to self.events.data.microsoft.com. If I do some Googling on that, I find out, yeah, that's part of the calendar stuff, you know, with the Microsoft tools. It's going to a bunch of different IP addresses. So this is clearly going through a CDN. And I look at the CN for this is star.events.data.microsoft.com. So if we use Microsoft Office, especially the online suite, this is expected behavior. This is perfectly fine. The CN is telling us that star.anything events.data.microsoft.com is what this digital certificate was generated for, which means there's probably multiple servers beyond self. So if I wanted to create a safe list entry for that, I'd go in and click on the filter. I'd enable wildcards. I'd say star.events, same information that we have on the CN. Put in a comment as to why I'm creating the safe list entry. Boom, that one goes away. We get on the next one here, arc.msn.net. I'd have to, so this is msn.net. So it's Microsoft, but it's MSN. I don't know what this is for off the top of my head. This might be some of the banner ad stuff that we were just talking about. If it's banner ad stuff, I want to sinkhole it. If it's, Windows calling home for some legitimate reason that I'm okay with, I'd create a safe list entry for it. But the certificate's valid. It's properly identified as being part of msn.com. All of that looks legit. Now it just comes down to what is the purpose of calling out to the system? Is it for something I'm okay with, like checking patches? Is it for something I'm not okay with, like pulling banner ads down and showing them on your Windows system? If it's the latter, sinkhole it. If it's the former, we can safe list it. And then our last entry here is that settings.win data one that we saw before. Before it was scoring 70. In this case here, it was scoring down in the 50s. And again, this is one we could go through and safe list, and now it just never shows up at all. But it's this, because the score is so low, I'm going to ignore it for now. Okay, that brings us back to our first one. So this one we said, yeah, this one looks a little bit interesting. What's interesting here? Well, number one, look at our histogram on the bottom. Flat over 24-hour period of time. So we're seeing about 130 connections taking place every hour. That sounds like a beacon, right? That certainly sounds like a beacon to me. If I look at my time dispersion chart, I can see this is not a consistent beacon. It's not going off at an exact time interval. In fact, look at this. It's a bell curve. What did we say about bell curves? CrowdStrike, right? Or excuse me, Cobalt Strike. Cobalt Strike creates these histograms when you go in and you use the B-sleep function when you try and jitter the connection. So this to me screams somebody's running Cobalt Strike. That's, unless it's you, that's never good. So it's smelling like Cobalt Strike. It's running all day. That's not good. It's a TCP/80 connection. Oh, look at this user agent string. Microsoft Internet Explorer. Is that how Internet Explorer identifies? So forget, they're using Internet Explorer for a moment. Is that how Internet Explorer identifies itself? No. It's IE and then the version number, right? Someone was freaking lazy. That's not uncommon when it comes to our attackers sometimes. In other words, they said, you need a user agent string. I need to input a user agent string to use as part of this attack. Oh, well, Microsoft Internet Explorer is a common browser. No one will pay any attention to that. And they didn't even bother to look up what should that user agent string actually look like. So this one should kind of catch your attention because it catches mine. Because what we're looking at is, here's someone who is not smart enough to understand user agents and what they commonly look like, and yet they're able to run a C2 channel. How hard could it be? So that user agent string, that grabs my attention. Newbie02 skypetm.com.tw. Okay, well, that could be Skype in Taiwan, right? But wait, why is it Skype TM? Skype trademark.com.tw? No, that doesn't sound right. Let's go look up this domain. Let's see what we can find. Oh, hey, look, 7 different security vendors have flagged this domain as being malicious. There might be a problem here. This might be something I need to go in and pay attention to. So this one, yeah, this is looking highly suspicious. If we go in and we do the session size analysis, so out of the 3,188 connections, we've got about a little over 3,000 where this is my heartbeat. And look at this. We've got a couple indicators here that it looks like it may have been activated. Now, they're relatively small in size. This looks to me like somebody just set up the C2 channel and did a couple of checks to make sure it's working. They haven't actually gotten into really poking around. They're not pivoting and trying to go after other systems yet. They're not trying to exfiltrate data out of the system yet. They just got this up and running and decided, hey, is this really working? Let me make sure it works. It is? Oh, okay, good. I'm just going to kind of pull back and let things go quiet so that maybe they miss the fact that I actually just compromised that system. That's what that output says to me. This looks interesting. Okay. So let me go back there again for a second. So this IP address here, let's go in and let's do a little bit of research on that and see what we can find out. So give me just a sec. I'm trying to find, here we go. I have way too many windows open here. I'm going to have to spend some time closing stuff up after this. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is grep that IP address, 159.65.220.246, and I'm going to pull that out of con.log. And I'm just going to go in and take a quick look at what type of log entries do I have in there. Okay, here's my source IP, talking to IP address out on the internet, port 80. It is labeled as HTTP traffic, so we're going to want to go in and take a look at that. And it looks like it's a lot of HTTP traffic. Notice sometimes it's not, right? This to me said, and notice this code here. So this code, SF, is Zeke's way of saying, I saw a complete TCP session. I saw the SYN packet go by, the TCP3 packet handshake, data got exchanged, FINAC, and it closed. Anytime you see another code, that means it didn't see that. So for example, in this case here, where it's saying OTH, that's its way of saying, I didn't see the start of the session, I didn't see the end of the session, I don't know what's going on. So we had a couple of sessions here that kind of got munged. My guess is SH is, I saw the connection start, I didn't see it end. My guess is it paused for a period of time. That was more than the TCP timeout that Zeke was using. And then it started up again and everything just went blah. But the important part here is we should find more information in the http.log file. Cool, let's go take a look at that. So I'm going to just hit up arrow, pull back my command, change con.log to be http.log. And let's go in and take a look at this. So it's port 80. Here's my user agent string. We already know, yeah, it looks suspicious. FC001. And oh, hey, look, we've got a long URL again. A very long URL. That's the next, that's page 2 of the output from that line. Page 3, page 4, page 5, 6. Yeah, it's a very long URL that doesn't point at a specific file type. And we said before, yeah, that looks super suspicious. That user agent string. Oh, that's just somebody calling it in. They're not even trying to get the user agent string right. 200 okay, so the server was okay with this connection. And again, the server doesn't bother identifying what MIME type to go through and use. I could go through and use that same sort that I did before to figure out, does this change? But we're getting towards the top of the hour, so I'm just going to tell you, yeah, it's the same URL over and over again. So now we're down to, we want to Google some stuff. Well, the string is probably too long, so that wouldn't be helpful. Like we did before, we could query on this string here, but this is kind of short, right? It's only 5 characters. So my guess is we'd get a lot of false positives out of that. So what I'm would Google is this here. I'd go in and take a look at, this full URL. That might be most helpful. I might also get some hits out of the user agent string, but I'd have to be very specific in my Google search. When might I see an HTTP user agent string of Microsoft Internet Explorer or something like that? Otherwise, I'm just going to get generic Microsoft Explorer information. But I really think that this fully qualified domain name is the way to go. Now, one thing that's kind of interesting is if you think about how DNS works, I should be able to find that fully qualified domain name in DNS.log, right? In other words, the user would have typed this into their browser, resolved it to an IP address, and then connected to this IP. Well, that entry doesn't exist in DNS.log, which means no one bothered to look it up. So it's not a regular user sitting in front of a web browser. Something else is going on here. All right, let's see if I missed anything. So we imported the logs. Gave you some hints. Yeah, we flagged this one. We said the user agent string is just somebody calling it in. It's a flat histogram. That looks suspicious. Cobalt strike, cobalt strike. We talked about that. Yeah, I think we saw 7 instead of 6 now. But yeah, looking that name up just kind of helped us figure out, yeah, this is something that is evil. And if we go in and we look at some of the other ones that might be in there, yeah, we looked at this one and we said, oh yeah, the CN identifies star.events. So we just went in and did a wildcard safe list for this. Part MS Office, if we're using MS Office, which most environments do, this is perfectly fine. I didn't dig down enough to get into this one. There's a couple of connections going to OpenDNS, right? OpenDNS has a DNS service where you can use them to do your DNS lookups, and they'll send you someplace else if it's on if what you're trying to get to is a known malicious site. Okay, so you're pattern matching. Okay. I don't find that, I would have found that very useful 20 years ago. I don't find it as useful today, but whatever, your environment might like that type of service. But if you are using that service, yeah, you'd want to go in and create a safe list entry for that, right? Lots of traffic going to those 2 DNS servers out on the internet from one or more of your internal systems, not something to worry about because you're using that service. Long connections, we said, same 2 we saw before. This isn't anything that we actually need to be concerned about. Now, if you want to keep practicing, right? In other words, so you went through these and you've got the bug. You want to keep going through and doing more. One of the things that we go through and maintain, and by we, I mean Keith does all the work and we just take the group credit, is a series called Malware of the Day. And with Malware of the Day, Keith shared the link. Thank you, dude. So with Malware of the Day, what we do is we go through and we do an analysis on a particular C2 channel. Here's how you do this as a practice thing. Go to this page, don't look at it, quickly page to the bottom. And at the bottom, what you're going to find is PCAP files that has network captures that has that particular malware inside of it. Skip to the bottom, download the PCAP file, and now you can run this through Zeke to get the Zeke logs and then import that into AC Hunter the same way you just saw us doing. And now you can jump in and see, okay, what here looks suspicious to me? Is there anything here I think you need to worry about? Once you think you've figured out what's going on inside of that PCAP file, now go back to the web page, start at the top and read all the way down. And Keith will explain to you, this is the malware. This is what's interesting about it. Here are the indicators of compromise you can go in and look for. Here's some of the things you should have noticed. And now you can kind of look at that and say, did I notice those things? If you did, great. You've got a good process going. If you missed something, okay, what's missing from my process? What do I need to tweak to make sure I catch everything in the future? So you can use that to go through and kind of hone things through. Some closing thoughts. So I had some questions. There was a question around doing this in a home environment. There's a webcast we did about 2 years ago. And Bill, if you have a link to it and you could share it, that'd be awesome. I know it's on YouTube someplace. But Bill and John did a video on basically how to set this up at home and how to use like a Raspberry Pi with a built-in layer 2 man-in-the-middle attack to be able to see all of your systems as they go out to the internet, to be able to grab a packet capture to go through and do this type of an analysis. So yeah, you can go through and you can, definitely run this stuff at home. That's one of the reasons why I came out with Community Edition, so that this is something that's freely available so people can just run it out of their house if they want to. You don't want to run your captures off of a virtual machine. By that, I mean, let's say you have like an infrastructure as a service set up at your house and you have the ability to launch VMs within your local environment. You don't want to use those for doing the packet captures. You can do that for running AC Hunter. That's perfectly fine, but you don't want to do it for packet captures. Hypervisors are notorious for dropping packets and throwing them away. So if you try to do that, if you, let's say you bring up a VM, load Zeke, dedicate a network card to it and try to use that for your network sniffing, you're probably going to end up with an awful lot of packet loss. You're going to end up missing a lot of stuff. So run it on dedicated hardware. And I mentioned this, I'm teaching the advanced class later on in this week. I'll be at B-Sides Charm. Mentioned the threat hunting magazine. If you want a copy, go to this link and they'll ship you out a physical copy of it. They're going to be posting a virtual copy soon, but the physical copy is actually kind of cool. Plus they throw in some swag and some stickers and stuff like that too. So that's kind of neat. If you like what you see and you want something that's a little bit more enterprise ready, like with the community edition, the way to tell if you've been compromised, you got to go look in the dashboard. But if you want an alert that goes to your SOC that says, hey, this system used to score 60 points, it's now scoring 140 because there's a new beacon, you might want to pay attention to that. Features like that we throw in the enterprise edition. So if you want to see that, or if you want to go through a demo on that and just kind of check it out for your environment, just type demo into the Zoom chat. If you put it in the Zoom chat, it's easier us to find. If you put it in the Discord chat, we will try to find it. We can't promise we will, just because there's so much communication taking place. But we are looking at increasing the price of the product. And actually, we're looking at doubling the price of the product. We are even doubled. We're still about a quarter of the price of what most of our competition charges. So we still plan to be an inexpensive tool, but because of increasing costs, we need to kind of deal with that. So we are going to be going up on the cost of the product. If you come through and do a demo before the price increase, which is going to be May 15th, we'll give you a quote that's good for like 90 days to kind of lock in the lower price. And that's about it for me. Thank you for everybody for attending. I appreciate everybody's time today. And I'll kind of check in and out of Discord through the rest of the day. But hope everybody enjoyed this. Have a good time.